return. still think that thing looks like a phallic symbol. Yeah, I guess looking at it now that you mention it, it does kind of, doesn't it? Morning, how you doing? Okay, I'm in Santa Rosa. I just did my 2-hour, my normal 2-hour early morning nap. I'm gonna run straight through from here to Plainview now. It's about a 200-mile drive. It's all set up the way I like it. Alright, good deal. Yeah, not too long. Yeah, which I don't want to have the stream excessively long anyway, but watch my 10. I'm gonna gotta watch my tail swing coming out of there, right? Make sure my ICC bar stays within the bounds of where I want it to stay. Alright, I'll be all US highways all that the entire way there from here. You're going a little slow. I'm not going to wait for you. Now you decided to go faster. Yeah, I seen a chuck in here to go your way. I'm going to get you going a little quicker. Don't want it. Turn my display up. It's a bit hard to see there. Okay. Alright, heading east on east on US 84 now from Santa Rosa down to Fort Sumter. And I'll continue east there through Simeon the Roads neck of the woods, Clovis, New Mexico. Once I get into Texas, we'll take US 70 across from there straight over to Plainview, and then it's just Walmart DC is just a few exits north off the Quincy Avenue exit. Lights on. Ouch. I ran about 380 miles earlier tonight. Yeah, this is the final 200, and I just got a load offer right when I woke up, or I was sitting there when I woke up. Picks up tomorrow morning in will not be touching 70 at all, but if they're coming out of Kansas City, depending on which way they're going, are they going to take 70 all the way over to 15, or are they going to go down I-35 to the Wichita area and then head across 54 from there? If they're going to take 54, there's a possibility I could be on the same path as them, but not for very long. Because that other load I'll pick up tomorrow morning, I'll be taking across US 54 down to I-40 in Tucumcari. Good news, I got my dash cam, my new dash cam all set up, and I did some tests on, like some comparisons. Between it and my Garmin 45, the camera I already had, as well as my phone. That way I can show just how different the they all compare to each other. So far, I really like this. Really like this camera overall. There's a couple little things maybe a nuance or two that I don't care for, but I will be posting in a pretty thorough, or actually a very thorough video review of it later on. I just have a couple little things extra to add, and then do some more editing of the first one. Mainly just the intro, and but it's going to be a very long intro video, better part of an hour long, going over everything on there. So stay tuned for that one. I hope to have that one posted later today, and then now that I have all my video footage that I want for the comparisons, which I just got got the nighttime video stuff that I wanted to get early last night and this morning. Because I wanted to do rural nighttime and urban nighttime, so I got some nighttime rural over in eastern Arizona, and then got some more. Got the urban stuff in Albuquerque. Good solid camera overall, though. So I'll see all the more of the detailed information when the video gets posted. Local here. It's calm though. Sunny sky being so much in my face problem. Correct. What did I put in there? I put Santa Rosa something. Did I accidentally put California or something? Yeah. Definitely Santa Rosa, New Mexico. I just must have accidentally put the wrong state on the title. I'll have to fix that. Hi, Charlie. Alright, yeah, I'll fix that one, I think, when I get stopped somewhere in a safe spot to do that. Probably won't be until I get to Plainview. I do plan to run a few extra miles after I get through delivering. There's a pilot truck stop about 20 miles north of where my receiver is, or roughly that. That'll probably shut down at. Try to get all the way up to Amarillo. That way I want to try to set myself up where I can possibly make it to the house before I deliver. I didn't take a good enough look at the details of that next load though. I just know it's going to Carson. I didn't pay attention to when it's due though. Doing this morning? me. Oh yeah, there actually is one little bit more footage that I'm interested in getting. My comparisons, and that's with the sun to the rear, sun behind me. Maybe around, maybe if like, maybe sunrise conditions when I'm heading west, or sunset when I'm heading east. So I put, for that comparison for the dash cams, I did daytime with the sun in front of me, or mostly in front of me. Another comparison where the sun's to the right of me. So those are the two main tests that I did there. Yeah, it's still dark in Oregon, Brian. It's well, yeah, it's 6:03, so I guess it doesn't surprise me. This time of year, especially when you get further north, like you are, it does tend to amplify or exaggerate the length and shortness of the days. Under 30 miles to go to get to our turn. Too far away from the equator, or Brian does at least. So that's one of the things I noticed when I was in Alaska. Go there like to Anchorage. I was up there for a couple of weeks when I was in the Air Force in July. Of course, it's summertime, right around summer solstice, longest days of the year, and it wouldn't get dark, and I wouldn't even really call it dark. It was just as dark as it was going to get, about 1 a.m., and by about 4 a.m., the sun was starting to come back up. And on the winter time, it's the opposite effect, where it's or my understanding, it's dark most of the day, and then you get a little bit of daylight. Right at the spot where I can't do anything about it again. So my visor goes low enough to block it, but the problem is it's right in between my visor and my A-pillar. The one thing that I regret not being able to experience there, though, was the Northern Lights, the Aurora Borealis. The entire time I was up there, I never saw it at all. And another time I went through Fairbanks, Alaska area, actually up to Eielson Air Force Base. I was actually I was deploying to Guam, but we had our first, but it was our turn to Alaska, so we ended up flying in a C-17 up to there from California to swap out with them, and then the next day I think it was the next day or two later, whatever it was, we ended up flying from there back down to Guam. I hate those I can't stand those long flights. I like flying, I just don't like 10 and 11 hour flights. Those has no underfloor heat, and definitely not the most comfortable airplane to fly in. Getting the sun out of the view of the camera. Well, at least me personally, my visor's blocking it now. Yeah, that is true. I was getting a kick out of watching those bush planes. It's obscene how little space they need to take off and land. Now, I have sunglasses here in the truck that I will sometimes wear, but honestly, it's a different experience being in the truck versus when I'm in my personal vehicle. In the truck, most of the time I find that I don't even need to wear my sunglasses. In my car, though, it doesn't matter where the sun is at. If it's daylight like this and no clouds, oh yeah, I gotta have my sunglasses on. It's just too bright. Should be in over in the Salt Lake City area now. He's delivering, when is it? I think today, sometime today in West Jordan, Utah. I was talking to him earlier. Taking a little bit of a break from the live streaming. So I can't blame him, because there are times I like to do other things besides, maybe I might want to listen to music or something. I can listen to music right now. I don't really care if I make money or not. I don't have the subscribers to make money with anyway, and I'm not doing this stuff to make money anyway, so. Sometimes it just don't mind having peace and quiet like this. Share the experiences I have with others, and may end up even putting some voice aloud stuff on with the Quora articles. Definitely get some interesting stuff on there. Just past the 20 mile marker, which also means I'm right at the halfway point between Santa Rosa or I-40 and where I make my left turn to continue on 84 down in Fort Sumter. Stream the other day that where I was actually playing music on it, because I was just kind of curious how if YouTube would basically copyright flag it. As long as when the music is not prohibited in the U.S., it shouldn't cause any problems. But the problem is some of my music is EDM music, like trance or whatever. And sometimes they're a little bit more hit and miss with whether they're allowed to be played. So I have had one where it caused my video to be muted or deleted or something just because it was not on not allowed in America for some reason. Most of that stuff though, it just says copyright content on there, and as long as I'm not making money off the video, that's okay. I'm okay with that because I don't do my videos to make money. Really? Okay. Yeah, I think it might have been the one when I was heading down to make my delivery in Colton. Or the one when I was going to pick up my load, the Miraloma, the one that I'm under right now. One of those I was playing music on though. Just can't remember which one. Might have been the one where I went to go pick up this load. Does everybody listen to anyway? What are your favorite genres? I assume that I'm going to get an assortment of favorites. Yeah, I definitely can't help you with that, Brian. In general, I can't stand country music. There are a few country songs I actually don't mind and I actually have in my collection, but yeah, very few. Oldies, I'm not sure what kind of oldies you're talking about because I know you're older than I am, so your idea of oldies might be different from my idea of oldies. Turn right at the 0 mile marker. Okay, yeah, 60s and 70s I can do. Now there's actually, I don't know a lot of 60s and 60s music particularly, but I know a pretty good number of songs, but or I might recognize the songs, but I won't always know who the artist is. Others I'm pretty good with, like I know, certain artists perform certain songs. different varieties of rock music. I have, pop, dance pop, whatever. A lot of different electronic dance kind of music, or EDM as we call it now. Trance or techno or whatever. I also have a very small amount of country, very, very, very small though. And also have some, even have some rap, R&B, and hip hop. So, kind of like Tara, I have a pretty good variety. Now, I even have some classical music because I do have an interest in that. I do play the piano, so, and my preference when I do play the piano is Beethoven sonatas. Although I do occasionally dabble with contemporary music also. Yeah, I never really grew out of that phase, Tara. I just like the beats, and I'm especially particular to. It doesn't matter if it's rock or trance music. If it has female vocal in it, I like the blend. Something about female singing voices I like. I like a pretty good amount of music where it's a male singing too, but for some reason I find myself gravitating more toward female singing voices. So my bread and butter music is symphonic rock kind of stuff. Like Nightwish is my favorite rock group, and then I also like Within Temptation. Those are both female-led bands. Chances are I like it. New wave. And I think later 80s is when we started to see some of the techno music come around, like Technotronic. Man, there are a whole ton of one-hit wonders from the 80s. Particularly in the new wave genre, that I have on my list or I'm familiar with. That sort of rough. Oh yeah, Old Grunge. That's another one that's. I have a lot of music that I can probably fit in that category. And then also some of the somewhat heavier stuff. What you call, well, I don't know what to really call it, heavy metal today, but like Disturbed, really good group. I always liked Linkin Park, Seether, Ricky Benjamin, 3 Days Grace. In fact, 3 Days Grace, they split up, and the lead singer from them went to another group they made an album about 4 years ago. The group's it's called Saint Sonia. But they got good music too, and that's actually what you call a super band. And Saint Sonia actually just put out a new album a week or two ago. already got a few of those songs. I haven't completely listened to all of the album yet, but much further before I'm going to get lower speed limit and make the final run into Fort Sumter. Still got about 6.5 miles to go to get to the turn. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Beastie Boys. They're always a good one. Even people who don't like rap music tend to like Beastie Boys. I don't tend to like the newer rap music so much. I don't listen to radio or anything, so I don't have exposure to like all the newest stuff. More often than not, if I know something, it's only because I either get it suggested on my Amazon Music, or I see it as a suggestion on YouTube or something. I don't do any kind of streaming through like Spotify or Pandora or anything like that. I don't know, just once in a blue moon I might pull up something like that, or like the modern rock stuff on stream on Amazon or something. And, yeah, but that's once in a blue moon. With rap, though, I'm more into the older stuff, like from the 80s and 90s. Oh, nice. Hey, you can do some really cool stuff with the violin, too. Yeah, with piano, actually, believe this or not, I taught myself how to play it at age 3.5. Barely even knew how to talk, and I started out I'd go visit. We'd go down to visit my grandparents in San Bernardino. After I'd moved. We lived in Colton ourselves originally, but ended up in Barstow because my dad worked for Santa Fe Railway, and they transferred him up there. So we ended up moving up that way because of that. But even when I was young, though, we'd frequently go back down to San Bernardino to visit my grandparents, my dad's parents, basically, and or actually my mom's parents too. They lived in Bloomington at the time, and then now my paternal grandparents, they had an organ at the house, at their in their apartment or mobile home. And at one point they ended up giving my parents the organ, and they ended up getting a different one. So I kind of started learning on that, and then I remember it had these cue cards. It had the beginner piano books, and then actually these cue cards that you could put down on top of the keys that showed you what the note looked like on the sheet music. Very handy stuff there, and it was just a matter of learning what note meant what, and then learning how the timing worked, reading the books and learning how they're timed. And plus my mom played the piano, so she helped teach me some of it. I tended to play whatever was in the house that I felt like I could play, which you'd be surprised, but no, most I stuck with like these, I remember my mom had like some Disney book, where it'd have all these different Disney songs that I like, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, that kind of stuff. And of course everyone would think it's so cute seeing this little 3-4-year-old boy playing Disney music, and I would play some yeah, then she had some contemporary music, sheet music too. I think like TV show theme music book, if I remember right. One I had Love Boat. What else was on there? There's several other theme music songs on there. And I'm getting into Fort Sumter now. Should I be about a mile away from the turn? Yeah, as I got a little older, my mom had taken a college class on music, and she had a classical music book, sheet music book, whatever. So I took an interest in learning that. Yeah, some of the songs on it, they looked fun to play, or that I could learn. And so I started getting into that. Like I learned Fury Release. I can play Fury Release by heart still. Tarantella, I think that's another one that I think I was on that book. Minuet, some other stuff, and then I started listening. I think when I got into college, I started. I took a music appreciation class back in the early 2000s. I think it was 2000, 2001-ish. Got a little more exposed to Beethoven sonatas like Pathetique Sonata, Moonlight Sonata, and stuff like that. So this sounds really cool. I want to play this stuff. So, and it was another plus when the teacher or the instructor of the class. I don't think she was a pianist, but or maybe she was. Maybe she wasn't. She could play piano, but not that great or something. I can't remember what it was, but she had talked about how she always wanted to learn how to play Pathetique Sonata on the piano, and so okay, to me that was like challenge accepted. I got to do it now. So. 21 Pilots I've heard of. I've heard a few of their songs. I can't see how this other side looks. Yeah, well, I'm good. What's this lady doing here? Alright. Pretty good. Alright. So, looks like I don't have too much longer before we get that sun out of our faces. Going back to that Pathetique Sonata, actually had what's that? The third movement? Second movement. Yeah. The sonatas, they have a standard format that they follow normally. The first movement is normally kind of a moderate pace, and they usually have a theme and variations to them where they'll have one sound to it, and then they'll kind of mix it up where it's the same harmony, but maybe played with. Instead of the right hand being the harmony, it's the left hand or something along that line, or they'll change the key. And then the second brain fart now. And school's out. Alright, here we go. It tends to be a slower piece. And the second movement to Pathetique Sonata is a very popular one. If you guys aren't familiar with it, one particular, actually, maybe I can get in a 6-spot. I'll play it if you guys aren't familiar with it. On my MP3 collection. Now the version of it, I play a standard way. I'm not really good with embellishing. Making my own version of stuff. I usually just play whatever I see on the sheet music. guess if I took the time to actually write the stuff, I could probably come up with something that would sound, have a different sound to it. But there's a certain version of About the Take that I really like. And the first sonata that Beethoven ever did, one lane road. Okay, so they must have a flagman up here escorting traffic. Yeah, looks like the other lane is blocked, and they're looks like they're only letting westbound traffic through at the moment. I actually made a MIDI version of the entire, all four movements of Beethoven's first sonata, and I play the first and fourth ones particularly, are two of my favorites. The fourth one it's not easy to learn either. It's it's a fast-paced one, and it's like 10 minutes long of just I feel like you guys ever watch Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? That scene where later on in the movie where the Beethoven character's at the mall and he's jamming out on the keyboards there and impressing everybody. It's that kind of upbeat pace that he's running there is kind of what I feel like I'm doing when I'm playing that fourth movement. What I ended up doing, because I'll sometimes make with that I made my own MIDI versions of the music where it just I used a program on Windows called Finale. I get those two mixed up. One of them's like a Usenet reader, and then the other one is I think it's Finale. It's a music notation software. And you can, so I would just transcribe the sheet music just so I can get kind of an idea how it was intended to sound. And, that way I can make sure I'm getting the timing of the music right. And the overall sound of it the way it was meant to. And, when you get through encoding it, this thing, you can actually convert the sheet music into MIDI, where it'll actually play it out, and and I ended up making an MP3 out of it. Actually, all four of those. Brandenburg Concerto. I'd have to check that one out, I think. I'm not really familiar with that one, or maybe I've heard it and don't realize it or something. It's my portable piano, my digital piano, whatever you want to call it. Basically, it's a portable. I have a Yamaha. I've been meaning to play it last couple times at home, but my kids broke it. They were trying to move it. It's big and heavy. It's a full 88 key keyboard, and I came home about a couple months ago, and I was getting ready. I was setting it up and wanting to play it, and then I started to play it, and I realized that all the keys on the left side of the, basically all the bass clef keys, were no longer working. And they were, I couldn't, so I got to get it fixed. But here I'll put on the first movement of especially with this, since it's my own music anyway. It sounds very similar to, come on, if it'll ever open. Of course, now traffic decides to start moving. missing a tooth or has a serious gap between his front teeth. I couldn't figure it out. Or one of them is rotten, I don't know. Alright, so here's the first movement of Sonata number 1. This is one that I'd play. Repeat that same thing you just heard. Now this one I can usually play by heart once I have some practice with it. more of them, but I want to focus on the ones that I like to play most. So yeah. Okay, this is the fourth movement now. Now this one here I can just about play by heart too, but it takes a lot of practice because there are a couple little sections where I tend to forget what the chord combinations are. miles. And it's going to repeat that same whole process again. Last, buddy. I'll be going through Earth, Texas also. Roosevelt County now. So yeah, pretty fast-paced piece there, isn't it? Yeah, it took me about a couple of weeks to actually learn it, you know, from start to finish. You know, I was just practicing and practicing and practicing, and I ended up getting it down. But there are certain little sections where basically it's chord skills. Not the ones that just go straight up from top to bottom in a row, but basically have a three-note chord, and then goes to another three-note chord, and another three-note chord, whatever. It's I always have trouble with that one because I get mixed up on what notes, what note combination, but basically what chord I'm actually supposed to be playing. I'm not any good with. You can tell me like what's F minor. I don't. I don't remember what notes they are. Yeah, a lot of times. I get the basic concept of how the chords are supposed to be, but then they don't actually always play the same. Sometimes the lowest note is the thing that it's in. Or I go by how many sharps or flats there are. Yeah, those two pieces there are two of the ones I enjoy playing the most. When I'm home, especially that last one there. It's because it's upbeat and it's a workout. And it's just. I remember the first time I saw the sheet music to it. I'm like, yeah, this looks hard. It looks like it's fast too. Because if you know anything about, let's see, one of you guys was talking about playing the violin earlier. Accidentally double tap that. I'm trying to get back to the chat, but that's all right. Oh my! All right. I'm about to quit playing around with that because now all my buttons disappeared. Even the record and pause and or the stop and all that other kind of crap is no longer there. Oh, I figured it out. Okay. There was a little left arrow down on the bottom I somehow hit. Yeah, so what I did to learn that one, because it's not easy because you naturally want to play both sides, the left and right hands, at the same speed, like in unison with each other. But with that particular piece, the right hand, a pretty good chunk of that is the right hand is triplet notes. Where you play three notes on the same beat, and then the left hand is eighth notes, where it's just two notes on the same beat. So you have to play three notes in fluid motion on one side and then two notes on the other. So they actually have a slight overlap to them. So that was one of the hard parts. And then, just learning the basic thing there. All I would do is just go like the first two measures. Maybe you go like two measures of the right hand only. And I learn it. Once I get done with that, then I'd go to the left hand, and then just do only the left hand, the same two measures. And then once I started Melrose Air Force Range, that turn coming up. Once I got those parts down, though, then I would start working on fusing them together into one to make it sound the way it's supposed to. And then when I got done with those two measures, then I'd go on to the next two measures and try to work that. And parts of it were a bit of a challenge, others were not so difficult at all. Cannon Packabells. The other one I was talking about, Pathetique Sonata, I have a version of it though. I actually have both the version that I usually play, but somebody else is doing. And my display turned off probably to keep the feed from shutting off. So yeah, I'm gonna turn the display off. I won't be able to interact with you guys because it's too until my display is getting dimmer, which means it's getting too hot. I'm crossing right now. Second movement. That's another one I like to play. Like I say, it's just a little bit of an embellished version of it, though. County Road Alpha Lima. Alright. And display, I'm going to put back off for a little bit. Let the phone cool down some. campground that I have, like, yeah, this is Melrose. Okay, elevation 4,600. I tend to gravitate toward rock music that has piano with it. So, yeah, I always took a liking to like Trans-Siberian Orchestra, or that's part also why I like Nightwish and Within Temptation, because the symphonic sound or goth sound, whatever, they have a little more keyboard influence on them. Highway 268, which goes up to Tucumcari. Coming passing right now. Looks like it's finally safe to keep my my visor up now. Fuel farm used to be there. Truckers welcome. Highway 267 coming up here. Wonder what that restaurant's like. Choo-choo trains here, one going in the same direction as us, and I see another one coming at us. Way station isn't far away. Probably closed though. I don't think I've never seen it open. Somewhere in time. No, it doesn't sound familiar. Somewhere in time, that's well, I guess I'll check that one out. Car hauler on the other train. Locomotive with them. Yeah, those are loaded car haulers. See some pickups, SUVs, and minivans mostly. That one has cars. I was supposed to be curious to know where all those come from. We get cars shipped from California too. Obviously Teslas, but on trains though, can't really see what's inside them. just a little over 20 more miles from here to Clovis. So I remember that sign back there. It said Melrose 20 miles and Clovis 46. So it should be a 26-mile drive. All right, state route 224 here. So it goes to a town called Field. Track there too. That's create a bit of a bottleneck over here. Covered hoppers or whatever they're called. Closed hoppers. I think that's what those kind of cars are. Bravo and Saint Vrain. I guess that's supposed to be the name of this little town or something, or small residential area of just 2 or 3 houses. Traffic coming through here right now. We got another one sitting over here. County Road Zulu. Primarily what I see on trains in my area. JB Hunt, Schneider. Okay, yeah, and some Swift too. This is exactly the type of intermodal train I always see at home. 5 trains on a short distance. This guy's rolling. County Road Whiskey. It's like another one with a bunch of JB Hunt, Snyder, Costco, Swift. Victor. Yeah, let's try to get underneath that 10-foot railroad crossing. Greer, whatever. I guess I would say Greer. west end of Clovis already because Cannon Air Force Base is coming up. bypass route I can take over here. Basically just gets me off the main road and takes a parallel road down, but I usually just stay on the main drag. Coming up here, Fort Dallas. Baseline Fun Center. Steakhouse. Alright, Business District, or West 7th. Looks like seeing that F-111 aircraft there. Those were always fun to watch in flight. They retired them right after I got, the Air Force retired all of theirs right after I got in right after I enlisted. I ended up watching the very last of ours fly into the boneyard when I was stationed at Davis Mountain Air Force Base. Not even on the line. The stop sign here or somewhere else, there's a truck bypass route goes, but I'll just stay here on the main drag. Maybe it's not this street, it's a little further up maybe. This light up here is where the truck bypass route is. 9005. It's a smaller steam engine. Don't come out, dumbass. That's really smart. Pull out in front of a truck. Not far away from where the Love's truck stop is, and a little bit further up is the Pilot. Hillcrest Park and Zoo, Mill Park Baseball Complex. Up here in this 50-mile-an-hour zone, up a little further. I think it's where the Loves and Pilot are. Pick up, get your speed up. The X on the back of that guy's, I guess, a tree or something. Yeah, that's what it is. Getting ready to plant a tree at someone's place. Pilot, PJ Fresh, and Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah. The donuts are tempting, but I'll pass. I think I'll just push through and get this load delivered and then get up to the Rip Griffin's truck stop, or maybe even up into Amarillo. But I'm not sure I'll have time to get all the way to Amarillo, but I'll see how it goes. there, Tara. Not quite yet. Yeah, no, colorblind with driving with lights, traffic lights. What's that? I think, it's always red on top and green on bottom. And then I forget if when it's horizontal lights, I want to say red is on the left and green is on the right. Something like that. I don't really see horizontal lights anywhere in Southern Cal. They might be around, but I don't see them anywhere. I actually forget how they're arranged on horizontal setups. Okay. They have even the billboards for a big Texan steakhouse over here. Of course, it's the same one in Amarillo. Which makes sense because you can get onto US 60 up here, which actually takes you. It goes not too far south of Amarillo. Actually, it goes through Amarillo, and it goes south of I-40 when it crosses I-27. But further east, it actually goes north of I-40. Some trivia. Why is there no Interstate 50 or Interstate 60? Port of Entry, Texaco. So the reason there's no Interstate 50 or Interstate 60 anywhere in the United States is because the way the interstate and U.S. highway networks are arranged. So they have the same layout basically, where it's like 10, 20, 30, 40, and so on. But they start on opposite sides of the country. So Interstate 10 is an east-west interstate at the bottom, at the south end of the U.S. And then Interstate 90 is the northernmost east-west interstate. U.S. highways go the opposite way. So U.S. 10 will be up at the northern end of the U.S. and then U.S. 90 will be at the southern end. Now, where they end up, where you have both U.S. highway and the interstate highway that could go to the same state, it kind of violates the rules there of the National Highway Network. So. And since 40 and 50 would both be in the center of the U.S., going through the same states, and because U.S. highways are older than interstate highways, they just didn't make a Interstate 50 or Interstate 60. Got US 60 coming up right here, coming up ahead here, but now if Interstate 50 did exist, of course it'd be not too far north of 40, and it would, of course, would coincide with US 50. This building here I'm passing here on the left, like an older, like western looking kind of looking building. Alright, it's US 60 I'm passing right now, and it looks like I got lucky and came through here before the train gets through here. Not always so lucky when I come through here. The old shoot donuts. Those little mom and pop kind of donut shops are the ones I usually like the most, too. Into Texas, Farm Road 292. I think is about where I pick up in US 70 if I remember right. Lubbock, 88 miles. So I'll not be actually going through Lubbock. Under the higher speed limits. Okay, so about 20 miles to the to my turn then, if that's the case. Mule shoe, that's another one that kind of cracks me up. Getting a little windy now. It's like a right to left or south to north kind of wind. Steers, yeah. assuming I just passed the 6th, whatever. Just under 15 miles out from Muleshoe now. They just recently harvested cotton at some other places I went by not too long ago. These look like they're still growing. I'm curious how they harvest the cotton now. I mean, I assume that it's different than what it used to be back in the earlier American history and unfortunate slave era. Or infamous, or whatever you want to call it. So it makes me curious if people still go out there and hand pick the cotton out of the bushes or whatever you want to call them, or if they have some machine do it. That might be one worth looking up on YouTube, see if they have something on there for kind of whiteness on that. Alright, Junction, Farm Road 1731. Side to Bovina. Bovina, is that supposed to be like a female cow or something? A heifer? Muleshoe, 10 miles, Littlefield, 43. It's like Bailey County line. Yeah, that's something else that cracks me up about a lot of these places. The counties are so small. I mean, like, you're never in a county more than maybe 20, 30 miles sometimes, or even less. I live in the biggest, geographically largest county in the entire United States, San Bernardino County. I mean, most of the counties in California, or a lot of them are larger than the average county. Actually, a lot of the western states are like that. 5 miles or so away from the receiver. So just about an hour out. Left to get to Muleshoe. I will hope that progress beer and wine. Morning, Yolanda. Robles doing today? Just tuning in, I am on eastbound US 84. Not far away from Muleshoe, which is where I'm going to be picking up US 70. And definitely cooler. And it's 49 degrees here right now. I've been in the freezing or low high 30s for a bit here. Got down to about 28 in the early part of the day. What kind of vacuum did you get, Tara? Memorial Park Cemetery. 1760. I hate this road. Oh. Can't tell if that's a real horse or it's just. I was kind of wondering, like, why the hell would that horse be eating over the barbed wire like that? I honestly couldn't tell if it was real or not. I was too busy looking at what it had on it, and didn't look at it, the actual part of it that was actual horse or appearance of horse long enough to distinguish what it was. Heritage House here. 50-mile-an-hour zone. Bailey County Exhibition Center and Coliseum. Yeah, I'm back. Down to 40 here. Looks like West 16th is what I'm crossing now. Stay over here because I'm gonna have my left turn coming up before long anyway. Thing I thought was real, but I kept looking and looking and looking, even in my rear view mirror, and it never seemed to move. So I'm like, I think that was just like a cardboard one or whatever you want to call it, wooden one or whatever. Here's my turn coming up here, right where this bull hauler's turning. National Wildlife Refuge. Yeah, because I can't imagine a horse wanting to lean over a barbed wire fence to get to grass or whatever on the other side of it. I'm sure it wouldn't want to get stuck by the barbs, so that's why I was like, I thought it was kind of odd that I was doing it anyway, and then the fact that I didn't move at all, it kind of told me it was probably a fake one. But they did a really good job of making it look realistic. I got 2:57 left on my clock, so I still got plenty of time. My 14 will start counting down. Damn it, I was gonna go after this truck, but darn signal light had different ideas. Stripes. You know, All these stripe stations have this food place called Laredo Taco in them. Probably some of the worst Mexican food I've ever had in my life. I don't know how people even like eating this stuff. It's terrible. You're good, dude. I don't need to put my trailer in your lane. I might have an idea what I'm doing. Alright, speed limit 35. Got the Highway 214 and 70 split. Definitely true. Yeah, she's a sweetheart too. She actually hooked my buddy John up with some tamales yesterday. So, my buddy John, I met up, the one I posted on my Facebook. I met up with him in Winslow. His next shift, he ran over to Hesperia, which is right next to Victorville, and my wife went over and hooked him up with some tamales. Muleshoe city limit, population 5158. Yeah, she's got a heart of gold on her. I've got myself a really good woman. I can never not appreciate that. She made some beef ones. Actually, her friend Dawn did the beef ones, and then she made the chicken tamales. And I can't remember if they did pork also. I think she did all three. The only ones I even had were beef and chicken, and man, them chicken ones were freaking awesome. Oh man, it was good. This house over here, they got a Shetland pony there. Okay, I've done 523 so far. I'm expecting it to be about 580 total or so, so should be in maybe about 45 more miles. 40, 45, somewhere in that. No, yeah, at least 45. Up to maybe 55. I thought it was about 50-mile drive across 70 to get over to I-27. Then I'm going north on 27, just a couple miles, and then get off. Junction, Farm Road 3269.
Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you or creepiest thing you've ever seen? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment.
We'll see you later, Yolanda.
Gene Smith Boutwell, former social worker for 30 years. Answered November 6, 2019. Author has 97 answers and 74K answer views. When I was in my 30s, I worked in a major city. To get to work, I had to take the subway. One morning I got on a train that had no one else in it. Before long, a guy got on the train that had only me in it and proceeded to sit down right next to me. My creep meter went from 0 to 100 in a split second. I realized that in 30 seconds the door would close and I would be trapped alone with him. As I had been molested before on a subway train in my teens, I booked it out of that subway car as fast as I could and onto a car with people in it. I shudder to think what might have happened. 108 views, view 4 upvoters. About the author. Gene Smith Boutwell. Social worker present. Studied Massasoit Community College, graduated 1980. Lived in Somerville, Massachusetts. 74K content views, 3.3K this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 4 of 125.
County.
Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you or creepiest thing you've ever seen? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Don Hassel. Answered November 6, 2019. Author has 189 answers and 45.9K answer views. There have been many. I lived in a house in which the previous occupants had been devil worshippers. We should have known as it was a 4-bedroom, 3-story house for $20,000. The owner refused to go into the house to even show it to us. I just thought he was paranoid. When we moved in, we sealed off the room in which they did the worshipping, as it had a raised floor and various symbols drawn all over the room. It was a very eerie room. I lived in the house for 2 years. During that time we would find bloody balls of tissue on the floor. Not every day, but often. The only way I can describe it would be if it was a mouse and something had eaten off its head, legs, tail and skin and left them on the floor. I never inspected one because it was so gross. We just threw them away. One day I was home alone and taking a nap on the sofa. I woke up and saw this black haze traveling along the ceiling toward me. It looked like a black mist. Then it came directly above me, concentrated and grabbed me by the chest and was kind of jerking me around. I started praying and had hoped it was a dream. There was nothing I could do but pray. Then it let me go and the black haze turned into a bazillion dead flies that fell on top of me.
What the hell?
I freaked out and was wiping them off me. But nothing was really there, even though I could see and feel them. And no, I've never done a drug in my life and have no mental health issues.
That sounds like
Not long after that I woke up hearing a weird noise in the middle of the night. I came out into the hallways and saw my 15-year-old son crawling down the hallway by his fingernails. His eyes were rolled back. It was so freaky. He was completely limp but using his fingernails in the carpet to pull himself further along. He wouldn't wake up. Then he rounded the hall into the kitchen and was using his nails to climb up the kitchen cabinets. I was finally able to wake him and get him back into bed. He recalled nothing and I didn't say anything further because I didn't want to scare him. We decided to move and were packing up but still living in the house. My now ex and my son were sleeping upstairs. I was downstairs sleeping on the sofa. My son's plastic ball came rolling down the stairs. That woke us all up. Then we heard this crazy sound. If you can imagine heavy footsteps, chains and baby rattles all at the same time, we heard this noise walk down the upstairs hallway, down the stairs, across the downstairs hallway right past me and then down the stairs into the basement. I saw nothing but it was loud. We left that house and never went back. We didn't even take our things with us. We still own the house. That was almost 30 years ago and it still sits empty. I refuse to ever go inside. I had a brother that tried to live there and ended up with third-degree burns over 80% of his body.
Damn.
No one needs to be in that house. 544 views, view 11 upvoters.
Burn it down and rebuild it or something.
Don Hassel. 46K content views, 5.
That'll get rid of the spirit if there is, if that really is what's going on, but part of that sounds like she's just coincidental stuff happening in that case.
This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Eduardo Carini Muniz works at Federal University of Espirito Santo. Answered November 6, 2019. Author has 191 answers and 98.9k answer views. Okay, here comes a list of tied in the first place. 1. A young dead girl smelling of smoke. 2. A woman possessed by a spirit called Pambajira. 3. A person lost still inside of a dead body because he had not understood that he had died. The traffic accident was so sudden that the motorcycle driver was still there inside the now dead body trying to make it move perhaps. 4. People that committed suicide doing the same routine, killing themselves, every day. 5. A spirit trying to hostage my friend. Choose one, I can backquote T. 109 views. View 4 upvoters. Answer requested by Jerry Tan and Daniel Spencer.
Speaking of malaria, there's another interesting bit that a lot of people don't realize. I'm sure you're familiar with sickle cell trait or sickle cell disease. Most people think that it's only black people who get sickle cell disease or sickle cell trait. And in reality, anybody can get it. It's just because of where it's most prevalent and why it's prevalent, there's why people get misconceptions about it. Sickle cell trait basically is basically a mutation that happens where that's the body's natural immune response to malaria. If you have malaria and you don't get it doesn't kill you and you're able to live with it, whatever, the body will try to develop the antibodies to it, and I guess the body's natural immune response to it is to create the sickle cell trait, which actually fights it. And because there was malaria is most highly prevalent in what country is that? Not Ghana, is it? Somewhere in Africa. I just forget what country it is. I want to say Eastern Africa somewhere. I forget the name. I forget the exact country though. That's where, if I remember right, that's where it's most prevalent, and that's where it kind of started, and then that's how of course, both malaria and the sickle cell trait and sickle cell disease actually spread across the world. But white people having sickle cell trait actually is a thing. Just very, very, very few. That's another interesting fact for the day. Lots for water on the road. I remember growing up, my next door neighbor, he was racist. And he would tell me about one of the reasons why he didn't like blacks is because they have their own diseases or whatever. I'm like, yeah, what's that? And I think he was talking about the sickle cell. And I was watching a documentary. It had nothing to even do with him. I just happened to be watching a documentary one time on I don't know, Discovery or Learning Channel or whatever it was, and they were talking about malaria and how the trait actually developed from it. Interesting. Now, I have to look at my records, my military immunization records. I forget if I ever got a malaria shot. I thought I did, but I don't remember having. I don't remember ever hallucinating on anything. I think it got me thinking. I'll have to look at my records again next time I'm home and see if I ever did. COVID, yellow fever, Hep A, Hep B. Some of the other ones. Those are the more common ones. And then I would do IPPD test every so often, for the tuberculosis. But then they quit doing that on me because I had a positive exposure. And and that's another one that's weird. What constitutes a positive exposure on an IPPD test actually depends on what your ethnicity is. So, Caucasian people, positive. If I remember right, it was like 10 millimeters for white people. I think 15 for, I get the two mixed up. Like blacks, I think, one is blacks and the other is Asians. One is 15 and the other is, I probably should slow down. That probably is I bet that's a cop hanging out there without alcohol. No, he's nobody even in it. Okay. But speed limit dropped anyway. Reactions to it, so that's why someone like one group can be 20 millimeters before they're considered a positive exposure, and then Caucasians can only be 10 millimeters before they're considered positive. Well, mine was up like around 20 millimeters. Then I ended up having to do chest. I think they showed like a slight bit of. It was one of the parts inside the lung, whatever. I can't remember what it's called. Not mediastinum. It's a very increased size there. Like maybe I had an entombed piece of TB in there. I don't know where I would have picked it up from though, if that was the case, or. But yeah, after that positive exposure, and that happened back in 2000, and I ended up going. Of course, I didn't retire till 2015. So, and normally it was like every 2 years or so, we would, or whatever it was, we'd have to do that test, and they ended up exempting me and put in my records that I never had to do it again. St. Mary Magdalene, Earth, Texas. Plainview 40, okay. I'm right at 40 mile mark, 40 miles on my trip meter, so should put me about 35 miles out or somewhere in that ballpark from, or maybe all 40, I don't know. I don't remember how far it is from here to I-27. But it's only maybe a few miles north of where I get on I-27 when I get back off.
Article 6 of 125.
What is this all right
Quora.
for?
Open an app. Sign in. What's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you, or creepiest thing you've ever seen? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Anonymous. Answered November 6, 2019. It happened to me when I was doing my BBA from SRM University. I am from Bengal, and my mother, who works very hard to create future for me.
Farm Road 302.
She suggested me after seeing all glittering ads of SRM University to join here. After joining here only I realized that people who are unable to write even one sentence correctly in English can become professors. What will never happen in India happens at SRM University. One such creep is Venugopal. The internal marks are for 50. The CTs and assignments carry weight. The CTs, assignments, class participation, everything is given without even correcting. I was given less marks in and approached Venugopal. I demanded him to show the assignment and other marks. He told he is related to the top management and should not ask him. He asked me to come to the CO's office. It is in the main building. I remember it is 11:45 a.m. and not many people are there. By the lift he was keenly looking at the cell phone. He dropped his pen and I picked it up for him. He asked to be in 6th floor as I was not allowed to the 12th floor. I waited for 1 hour and no sign of him. Later I called me to him room. He told he changed the marks. He was watching a video and he told me that I was not grown in front as much as in back. I just did not understand what he was talking. He has taken video of me in the lift. This lift has a mirror in the top and everything is visible from the mirror. Then he went on to say that I need to improve my chest line. I felt so ashamed. He touched me and told it is for my good only as Indigo is coming for placement of hostesses and he will recommend me. His hand slowly started going down. I just pushed him. Many students from other parts of country face such worse creepy things. We cannot represent as no one will bother. I informed Anita, the accounts staff. She acted not listening but at the end suggested me to change my dress and said that my body exited him. The BC and others and there was no response. I know I have made a grave error in joining SRM University. But this place is such a worthless place no one should join. 596 views, view 2 upvoters.
Oh, that guy just needs his ass kicked for not knowing how to respect people's boundaries.
Article 7 of 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Does being a therapist or a social worker ever get emotionally hard?
Alright, Spring Lake.
Julie Gerner, I'm a doc of psychology.
Population 108.
Answered November 2nd, 2019.
That's a
Author has
small one.
3.2k answers and 17.9 meters answer views. My job was once in protective custody in MHU, the mental health unit of a supermax prison. 20 plus years to life. So it was here that I did a lot of therapy, and all of the content was terrible. They were inmates housed there because of significant mental illness, psychosis and throwing feces, for X, or because they were unable to be housed with the general population because of the nature of their crimes, think killing a child, etc. It was a bleak place. No one was happy. Every day I would go to work when it was dark, and I would leave when it was dark, and there were no windows visible from where I was. The inmates on that unit were on 23-hour lockdown. They got 1 hour out to stand in the yard or walk the halls.
385 crossing now.
Alone. Every inmate could only move when all the others were in their cells. Once we had a rash of suicides that seemed to spread like wildfire. Going to work, watching another be wheeled out. We went cell to talk to them, me and a nun. It was hard. So while most don't talk about it, stuff like this can definitely get hard, and if you're going to be able to do your job well, you have to take care of yourself.
Bolton, 11
Go
miles.
out with friends, exercise,
35
laugh.
to Plainview.
Have good experiences too. Be sure that the conversations you have in prison aren't the only ones you have. Life can be so bleak for so many, people can do terrible things for sure, others can suffer unimaginably. So my perspective was that since I got to witness some of the darkest, I'd be sure to let in as much of the light as I could. See the good, have my own relationships be healthy, and look for the best in humanity wherever I could find it. But yes, being a therapist can get emotionally hard, but if you care for yourself, you find ways of overcoming that, and can bring the best of yourself to those you care for. It's the only way forward to a healthy and happy personal and professional life. 2.3k views, view 68 upvoters, view sharers.
Yeah, hard to tell where the circles are here on the ground, but
Doctorate clinical psychology.
I didn't see one of those cotton fields. It was a circular pattern, but basically where it actually gets watered.
159.3k this month.
So it makes sense.
Top writer 2018.
Actually, this one here looks like it's a round pattern too.
Published writer upposted life hacker. Knowledge Prize winner 2 times, most recently on September 15, 2016. View 2 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to porous terms of service and privacy policy.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah.
Article 8 of 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the biggest mistake that stock market investors make? Franklin Parker, 2017
Emotional
winner,
investing.
NAAIM Founders Award for
That's the
Investment
biggest
Research.
mistake.
Updated February 7, 2018, upvoted by Francisco
Let's
A.M.
see what this guy says.
Master's Finance and Yan Min Hate, MBA Finance, Sasson Graduate Institute of Business Administration of Chulalongkorn University, 2018. Author has 1.4K answers and 4.5 meters answer views. As a professional investor, I am consistently amazed at the expert recommendations bandied about the internet. Most of these expert recommendations are naive and foolish, so rather than build a more academic list, which I have done before, I am going to take this opportunity to fight back against these dangerous and foolish recommendations.
There's another circular one.
1. Investing in IPOs. Let's be very clear about what an
I
initial
agree with
public
him on
offering
that.
is not.
Those are lottery
It is not the
tickets.
ground floor of a company. The ground floor was the Series A investment by the venture capital firms. You are not getting in on the ground floor with an IPO, you are financing the exit of the guys who got in on the ground floor. IPOs are designed to take money from the public, not to give it to them. In fact, if an IPO takes off after launch, that means the investment bank did not do their job correctly. IPOs, ideally for the owners of the company, should launch and stay about the same until their lockups are over. That means that the underwriter priced the launch correctly, and the owners maximized their profit by getting the highest price for their business. Think about it, if you owned a unicorn company, would you go public at a time when the market would not give you top dollar for your business? Of course not. You will go public when the market will give you the
Not a
highest
point there.
possible price. You aren't getting a discount, you are paying a premium. 2. Investing in penny stocks. I know, the internet banner ad says that XYZ penny stock is going to the moon.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
I
a highly,
realize
highly
that
risky one.
XYZ only needs to go up 5 cents for you to make 40%. Here is the real deal with PSs. I like PSs an abbreviation
Yeah,
because it
spread
sounds
that'll
like
kill you
PS,
too.
which is pretty accurate.
No liquidity.
First, they are very illiquid. Why is that important? Well, it's important because you have to actually buy the stock for it to matter.
And there has
I
to be
lifted
somebody
this stock
available to
from
sell
one
it.
of those banner ads. Notice the average volume metric. 0. 0 shares have traded hands over the past 3 months. You know what that means. It means that this is the Hotel California of stocks. If you are foolish enough to buy it, you are stuck with it, you cannot
1842.
sell. Let's look at another, more actively traded PS, which I also lifted from a stock promoter. Okay, so this looks promising, right? 46,703 in average share volume over the past 3 months. No, still not enough. That means that per day, only $28,000 worth of the
6
stock
miles
trades
to
hands.
Holton. About 30 to.
The problem with
20,
only
you know.
$28,000 is that if you want to buy, say, $10,000 worth of stock, you represent 35% of the entire volume for that day. You know what a buyer does when they buy 35% of the volume. They move the stock price dramatically. That's right. You think you are buying at 60 cents, but you are really buying at more like 81 cents. You know what happens when you sell with that volume. You don't even get the 60 cents quoted. No, you get more like 39 cents on the sell. Without volume and liquidity, your buying and selling decisions cannot be made the same way. You cannot simply buy and sell the stock, you have to build a position slowly, like $1,000 at a time, and you have to exit a position slowly, like $1,000 at a time.
Yeah.
I seriously doubt you can make the fast cash these banner ads advertise. Second, the transaction costs on these stocks are enormous. No, I don't mean the $7.95 brokerage fee to trade the stock, I mean the bid-ask spread, the basics of the bid-ask spread, Investopedia.
Exactly, that's what I was going to mention there.
You see, when you buy a stock, you are buying the ask price, and when you sell the bid price.
Bid price is
So,
always
in
lower.
CLPI, our example above, the spread is enormous.
Yeah.
C. The ask is 80 cents and the bid is 58 cents. That means, stay with me here, this is important, to simply break even, the stock has to move up 38%. That is the transaction cost I am talking about. It is
Exactly.
enormous, and nigh impossible to overcome, at least consistently. PSs are BS. Just avoid them unless you seriously know what you are doing. 3. Gold. Gold, on the whole, has been a terrible investment over the...
Okay, he didn't mention something in there about something else about penny stocks. Why I say don't mess with them unless you're, just invest, put smaller amounts of it if you're going to do anything at all. Treat them like lottery tickets, because that's really what they are. Now, the average company with the IPO, the average IPO price is in the $15 to $20 per share range. So once a company is IPO and they become a penny stock, then you start wondering, why are they a penny stock in the first place? Now, their IPO price might not necessarily have been in that $15 to $20 range, but there's a pretty good chance it was in that ballpark, and then might have shot down, whether it be because there's just nobody knows anything about them, maybe their market is too niche, maybe people see something in their financials that they don't like, or something, anything along that line, or maybe something management-wise they're concerned about. So those will all contribute to a share price dropping from an IPO level to or an average IPO level to a penny stock level. And all those are, if all those being the case, then it's another case of don't expect to hit it rich off of those things. I mean, it's possible you can, but it's like finding a needle in a haystack, and then in the meantime you have a lot of losers with that whole bid-ask spread thing he was talking about. It's like you're saying, if you're, let's just say it's 60 cents a share for the bid price and it's 80 for the ask. If you do a market order, you're going to buy it at 80. And then if you're trying to buy it, you'll end up buying it at 80. And if you're trying to sell it, you'll sell it at 60. So basically, the share price has to go up so far, basically to where the bid price gets above whatever the ask was when you bought in order to even be able to make a profit off it. Now, much more liquid stocks like, say, Amazon and them, they'll have a much tighter bid-ask spread of only about a penny. So anytime you see more than a cent on the bid-ask spread, it's well, of course, it's not such a big deal if there's maybe a dollar spread gap between the two. If it's a higher price stock or whatever, then it's a smaller fraction of the total share price, because the share price itself could move like $5 a day or something. Oh, Dairy Queen. Kind of didn't really look like it's an actual Dairy Queen though. I thought I saw something else, like a car inside it or something. Farm Road 168. Everything this guy's saying so far, I agree very strongly with. He's got a lot of good inputs there. I have a lot of stock investing experience myself, so I've learned a lot from both mistakes and educating myself. Plainview, 23 miles. Okay. Now I'm not even halfway through this guy's response. See what else he has to say.
Gold, on the whole, has been a terrible investment over the past 30 years.
Yeah, that's another one.
In fact, the current price of gold has been down, relative to inflation, since about 1975. That's right, gold has lost money since 1975. Let's take this a step further, because most people don't own gold outright, they own gold bullion coins. These coins are minted from gold, which means that they have extra minting fees, usually 5% minus 8% over the actual price of gold. Add a dealer fee, which is another 3%, and you are looking at an easy 10% minus 15% in buy-sell transaction cost. That means that gold has to climb 10% to 15% just for you to break even.
Yeah.
Secondly, gold is usually sold on a fear basis. Most of the people who buy gold are doing so because there is nothing to back the dollar. While I tend to agree with that critique of the dollar, I would levy the same critique against gold. It is backed by nothing. You can't eat it, you can't drink it. Why does it have value? It has value because we say it has value. You could say that gold is in a 4,000-year-old bubble. Finally, gold is also sold as insurance against the zombie apocalypse. Here's the truth in that. We can look at examples of failed economies and see how people behave. Imagine that, let's test that idea with data. A good, recent example of a failed economy is New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. If you could get your gold out from under the water, it was still probably not worth much. Yet you could get almost anything for a bottle of water or a gallon of gasoline. In a failed economy, all that matter are GW and F guns, water and food. 4. Diversifying and rebalancing. Studies show repeatedly that most investors are poorly diversified and don't rebalance regularly. In truth, rebalancing and proper diversification are critically important and can be the difference between attaining your goals and not. Here's the deal, if you own 10 different stock ETFs, you are not properly diversified. I know that each one represents a different sector or country or style, but they will all behave the same in a downturn. Proper diversification is exposure to different risk premiums, stocks, bonds, commodities, volatility, and so on. Your stock exposure can be constructed however you want, heavy small caps, heavy dividend payers, etc., but a portfolio of all stocks is not diversified. Owning a mix of stocks, bonds, commodities, currencies, volatility, hedge funds, and cash is appropriate. Owning a mix of stock sector ETFs is not. Another important point, it is really hard to properly diversify portfolios. In fact, the literature shows that optimized portfolios tend to perform poorly compared to equal weight portfolios. 1. For most investors, owning a fairly equal mix of low-cost ETFs which give exposure to stocks, bonds and commodities is a good strategy. But your portfolio must be rebalanced. In fact, most of the benefits of diversification come from rebalancing, too. Yet again, studies show that most retail investors fail to properly and regularly rebalance their portfolios. I've written about this before. 5. Not knowing when losses are too much.
Okay, hang on.
Okay,
so I'm going over both those things there. Gold and what he was just talking about there. Okay, gold, absolutely right. 100% agree with him. Gold is not a very good investment. It's a rainy day investment, and it's more useful. You'll get more of a short-term increase in value when the value of the U.S. dollar is in decline, or in periods of economic recession, which we are not in. So, you look at that gold price chart, and you'll see that it's really not a good performer long term. So, it's not a good place to put money, park your money. To be honest, it is one of the places where you can put some money, and if you want a diversified portfolio, and speaking of that, with that diversification he was talking about, now there are parts of that I kind of disagree with them on, and they usually do. A lot of experts do say, and actually financial advisors will always say, diversify. But sometimes overly diversifying. Okay, when the economy and markets turn south, then say your stock ETFs that he's talking about, exchange traded funds, which are basically basket funds that you can just buy shares, basically one stock item, whatever, and it's a basket that holds the shares of all of these other companies. It's like a mutual fund in a way. That's basically what an ETF is. Now, I disagree with them to an extent on that whole thing about diversifying with ETFs. Okay, so like if you're buying an S&P 500 ETF, you're getting one single share of the fund gets you portions of 500 different companies, and actually 505 different stock symbols. All these different companies come from different areas of the economy. Now, it could be consumer discretionary, it could be consumer staples. Okay, now consumer discretionary companies are more sensitive to the economic changes. So when people have less money to spend, that's who gets hurt the most. When they have money to spend, that's who benefits the most. Now, consumer staples tend to be a more of a safe area, like food, drink, and beverage kind of stuff. Because everybody needs to eat, even if you don't have a job, you have to eat. So yeah, that's the most fundamental thing that people need. And then you have other stuff like technology or industrials, materials, energy, communications, utilities, and they all have different tendencies with changes to the economy. But yeah, he's right. In general, all of them are going to be going down and decline. It's just certain ones, like the safer ones, like the consumer staples, utilities, and maybe telecom. Well, it used to be telecom, but now it's communications sector. But so that one might be a little bit different now. But utilities and consumer staples. Also, when you diversify, yeah, it protects you from losing too much on the downfalls, but problem is it waters down your performance potential on the up years, and there's more up period than there is down, and the ups are always bigger than the downs are. So diversifying, I think that's more of a way to protect you from making dumb decisions yourself, to emotionally to invest and basically stop your leaks, as we call it. Now, the rebalancing he was talking about, yes, I agree with that part. And the reason for that is because, all right, so if you look at maybe a stock price, it might take over a longer course of time, it might take a pretty fairly straight path, straight upward, a slanted upward path. But in the short, and when you shorten the time ranges that you're looking at, there's more up and down. It's sometimes the price goes above that line, and sometimes it goes below that line. So when you periodically rebalance, basically you're taking profits out of the ones that have performed better and are likely to turn and underperform next, and then you're moving them from the ones that that are outperforming into the ones that underperform, and then when the underperformers start to outperform, then your money that you already moved over is in a position to see more of the gains. Plainview 14 miles. So that's the benefit of rebalancing every so often. The big problem though with investors, with average investors, to me, is emotionally investing. They don't know anything about the economy. They don't know anything about stocks. They just put money in, and then when they see that they're losing money, they don't have any idea why. And all they want to do is just stop the leak, and they don't have any concept of why it's even leaking in the first place. And it could be the price is dropping for a completely bullshit reason. And if it does drop for a bullshit reason, it's highly, highly likely, when you do decide to sell out and stop your leak, that you're going to sell out when the price is already at or near bottom. And once that happens, the price is going to, what you call, whipsaw back upward without you included in it. So a lot of people say that the stock market, it's like big money people, whatever, always taking from the little people. It's not necessarily that. It's just the little people don't know what the hell they're doing. If you have any clue what you're doing, you can not make sure you don't become one of those people who ends up donating all your money to the big money investors. The stock market is not rigged like people think. Hi, doggies. Yeah, I could have I got a field day with educating about stock and bond markets. I have a retirement a retirement plan group that I actually founded and run on Facebook that has over 30,000 people in it. It could actually be even bigger, like 40 or 50,000 people by now, but we actually intentionally limit the growth rate because we get too many people asking the same exact questions all the time, and we regularly put informational stuff out there, or educational stuff, or one of my other admins likes to put in every day she'll post stuff on what's going on with the stock markets, and all the ETFs or whatever, and basically the indexes that matter for our funds. And then later on that same night, she'll post the actual closing share price and what they did. So, and that group only started out as because I was doing pretty well with my account, my retirement account. It's thrift savings plan, which is a retirement plan that federal civilians use, and then also military personnel use. I originally started the main group only because as an alternative to constantly adding friends at work to a text message group I had going on. It got really cumbersome trying to add people. Like when I already had like 15 to 20 people on a list, and every other day someone else on base would ask me if they'd get added to my list. And I'm like, I can't just add them to an existing text message group. I had to actually create a whole new group and then make sure I had every single person who was in the previous group and the new person all added in there before I completely make the group. So, and everybody in there except for one or two people had Facebook accounts. So I was like, why don't I just go ahead and make a group on Facebook, and I'll add you all to it, or invite you all to it, whatever, and whenever I make moves or whatever, I can tell you what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, and whatever. And it started off with that. I had it as a public group originally. Started to get some random people who I had no idea who the hell they were. They were from other parts of the country. Like one lady is a postal service employee in the Phoenix area. She's one of my original stranger ones, I would say. Another one, he's no longer really involved, but the guy who works for the National Weather Service over in Dodge City. Nowadays, I have a whole bunch of Customs and Border Patrol people, VA police, State Department, TSA, any federal agency you can think of. We have them in that group. Believe it or not, even senators and House U.S. representatives, and even the president, they all have part of their retirement plan is actually thrift savings plan, the same retirement plan that run-of-the-mill civil service workers use. They have the same rules that they work that they go by with that too. So, but a lot of people don't understand anything about that, and it's unfortunate because there was a paradigm that switched everybody. Basically, it went from where you just threw your money, a certain amount of money, into a retirement plan that was automatically managed by the fund manager. You never had to worry about it. It just grew at a very slow rate and persistently. But they changed it now where it's less cost on a little bit less cost on the employer, and it also puts more responsibility on the employee to manage their own retirement. Trade-offs with that, you can really, really big time make out in your favor by self-managing instead of having a fund manager give you a 3% per year growth rate, a steady 3% rate, whatever, like a lot of retirement plans might have. And you could get even like 10% per year, sometimes even more. So I got quite a few people in my group who have $1 million TSP accounts, and that's only part of federal retirement. Federal retirement, you have what's called FERS, Federal Employee Retirement System. So you contribute a certain amount every pay period, and then it grows at a certain rate, like 3% or so per year. It's a small amount. It's a steady, it's a guaranteed, and it'll definitely grow at that rate. Then you have the TSP part, then you have, or for those that are dual status like I was, you would also have a military retirement with it. And on top of that, then you would also, if you're not, you'd also have a Social Security supplement or for a period of time, and then when you're eligible for Social Security, then you start collecting Social Security on top of it. So it's really a 3-tiered thing for most, and then it's 4-tiered for dual status civilian/military people like I was. Yeah, the TSP part is an extremely important part of that, and if people don't know what they're doing, they can really trash their own retirement progress and end up not being able to afford to retire just because they have no idea what they're doing and they make dumb decisions. Or I shouldn't say dumb decisions, but very bad and costly decisions based on their lack of knowledge and experience. That's something I do enjoy doing, is helping to educate a lot of people on that. And you know, I don't go telling people how to manage their account. I prefer to not. I tell them this is what I might suggest that just everybody should consider doing. You know, and stick within your own strategy too. Not everybody wants to be a buy and holder. And if you're like me, you want to play a little bit more of a short-term game, then go ahead and play that short-term game. Just figure out a way to make it work the most effectively for you and not make it costly where you would have been better off just staying 100% in stocks long-term. Okay, just a few, I'm getting really, I can see I-27 ahead, so I'm getting real close here. I think I might play the rest of that guy's answer later after I'm done making my delivery, because getting really super close to the freeway, and I won't be on the freeway very long before I get to the exit to get to the receiver. I usually tell people stay persistently in stocks. Even just stock index funds. Stay in there persistently, long-term, 20, 30 years, you're going to be you're going to keep contributing to it. More highly likely, you're going to be very happy with the results. Oh, there's another JCT truck there. I know where they're going. Now, hopefully there'll be more than one empty trailer there, or maybe I'll be a little bit slower with their trailer drop than I will be. So I don't take long at all to get into spots, and I don't take long at all to get my trailer dropped. The last time I came over here, my buddy Eric, he's usually on here watching my live feeds too sometimes. He and I caravaned over here together. I met up with him first over at Navajo Travel Plaza over in Arizona. We did our 10-hour breaks together, and then drove together from there to... Where'd we go from there? Oh, no, I think we ran all the way here. Yeah, ran all the way here together. He got in there right before I did, but when I got in there was only one empty trailer available in the empty lot, and he got to it first. Because the time it took me to get checked in, and he wasn't one of those, he's not a really slow guy when it comes to getting into a spot or backing in, either getting his trailer dropped either. There was actually one trailer that sat, was in an odd spot. It wasn't, I didn't know why it was there. Am I going to be able to get through this intersection? Yeah, that'll be good. And he's got a green light and a green arrow. But it turned out the reason why the other trailer I saw was not in the empty lot. It turned out it's because they had cross members that with missing rivets, and it was an out of service criteria one too. You're not staying on the service road all the way up, are you? I think he is. Oh, guess who will get there first then? Yeah, I'm gonna get there first just because he did that. Somebody's following their GPS. Somebody else knows what they're doing without a GPS. 3853 Alpha. So that means I get in the yard first, and means if there's only one empty available, I get it first. So he just did me a favor by doing that. If it comes down to anything, he's a good quarter mile back, and he's gonna get stopped. He's gonna have to run slower. He's also gonna have that red light up there to deal with. Quincy Street here is the one I get off at. Right up here on right on the other side of the intersection at this road I'm crossing over is where the DC is. The empty lots over here. I do see one JCT trailer at least over in this first row over. Can't tell. There are two rows there. I can't tell. And the trees are blocking my view. I can't tell if there's more over there, but I definitely see at least one. Truck driving school right here. Okay, I'll probably get another look at the drop lot over here to see if there's anything else that looks like it might be ours. Probably have to wait till I can see from the back end. Yeah, it's all Walmart trailers with roll-up doors over on this end. Yeah, I can't see enough to tell what's over there. XPO. That driveway is plenty wide. You don't need the other lane, and you have a pump trailer on top of it. So this guy's trailer is only 28 feet long, and his kingpin to rear axle is probably only like maybe 22. Oh crap! There's another JCT right there, and another one that just left. That's leaving. So, oh man, that could be a problem. 3928. Alright. Looks like I actually do have enough time to get all the way up to Amarillo. on. I'm trying to get over to yard move so I don't have to keep arrive at consignee. I don't want to keep burning my drive clock up for, you know, just driving through a damn driveway. This thing is painfully slow to watch. This Qualcomm unit, I'm trying to get. Let's see, morning, guys and gals. Come on. I have to sit there and wait 10 seconds for damn Qualcomm to respond to anything. Reminder for Thanksgiving home time, please be sure to send this in if you are planning to go home. I also need to plan ahead to make sure I can get you home close to the target date. Anything past today, I can't guarantee you'll make it home. It's the last notice I'll be sending. I don't really care because I'm not planning to take home time, and half the time it doesn't matter because I can get there quickly anyway. Come on. Arrive at consignee. 11:15. At 11:10ish. 6662. Yeah, this XPO truck's gonna dampen my chances of getting to that trailer that I know was over there before this other JCT driver. Oh, and here's the other JCT driver finally showing up now. And I've been here for how long already? Looks like at least a couple minutes. Come on. Are you ever gonna process my damn off duty? Shit. I'll just go ahead and keep burning my on-duty time needlessly. Alright. Finally. 582 miles driven so far today. And I got about 70 more to get to Amarillo, and I do have the time to work with to get there, assuming I can get an empty. Yeah, I still got 223 left on my 14. Looks like the XPO driver just came back out. And I see this row of drop trailers to the right behind that white pickup. Now, last time I was here, one of our trailers was sitting over there, and that was the one that was basically unserviceable. Ended up having to take it up to Amarillo to a repair lot and then drop it, and then got lucky. They had another trailer sitting in the same lot that had just finished fixing that same day. So I was able to take it, and yeah, I should be okay though, because 155 and it's only about an hour or so drive to get up to Amarillo. And I still got like half an hour gap between my 14 and my 11, which means now I can sit here for a half an hour. Usually it only takes me about half an hour to get in and out, if even that. It seems like it's going to take longer just because they can't get this traffic in front of me out of the way. Oh, okay, it's not XPO who was checking in, it was the guy in front of him. Alright, so while we're waiting, I'll show you my dash cam setup. I have the new one right there. I want to do something different with the wires though. Try to make it a little more stealth. And got my new, got the external camera mounted right there to the bottom of my mirror. And then, if you look at I don't know how well it'll show it. See, it's got like a picture-in-picture view, but it, so it'd be great for doing the backing stuff. And then, now of course I won't be able to do it live with that, but I can get some good backing videos with that. And then if I have any problems with other traffic that decides to try to pass me or whatever, I can show them actually doing their stupid stuff. So, hey, what's up, Carl? And now I can. I'm already done doing my testing and stuff, and I'm just running this one camera. I can go ahead and put my Garmin down out of the way, and I'm going to work on getting it mounted somewhere else so I can get a shot of my steering wheel. Yeah, it should. It's underneath the mirror for one, and then it is waterproof, but only up to a certain amount. Like I said, if you submerge it more than a couple of, I forget how far, but for how long, whatever, then it can damage it. But should overall be in a decent, in an okay spot. This is the longest I've ever had it take just to get checked in here. All right, get into here pretty quickly. Right? Yeah, it was a relief. I was expecting to end up having to sit at least overnight with that truck repair, but I was pleasantly surprised when I walked back in after I got through eating my breakfast to see if there were any updates. And they said, oh yeah, we've already got a guy running to get the part, and another guy's already in the middle of removing the bad part, and we think we'll be done this afternoon. It's like, oh, wow, awesome. And this is a pretty thick packet here. This is it's really like LTL stuff here. See how thick the debido wheel is? Now they're only going to be giving me this part here more than likely. Okay, he's coming out of the building right now, so I'm going to be pulling forward in just a second here. Yeah, it's a pretty easy check-in process too. It just does. And since I already know where I'm going, because I'm going to drop my loaded trailer straight ahead, and one of the drop spots straight. You see where the crate trailers are? One on the right, one on the left. Right there is where, that same row there is where we drop our loadeds. Oh, damn it. It put me in drive mode. I don't want drive mode. Just for 1 second of being at 5 miles an hour, stupid thing put me in that. Alright, be back. Yard move status. Dropping hook. Okay. Now watch how fast this will go. It's going to be what I'm going to do what's called a U-turn setup. I need to drop in the road to the right, but I don't want a blindside. So what I do, instead of going all the way past and then coming back and setting up side, I do what's called a U-turn setup. Something I learned from watching yard dogs. Hardly ever see OTR drivers do this, but it's not hard to figure out if you actually pay attention to what other people do. Okay, I see a trailer possibly opening here between the two Werner trucks on the trailers. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, right when I get one spot passed, I'll go turn around. A little bit tight, but okay. So what I do, when I can see the second trailer over from the spot, that's where I want to stop. Now I'm going to go hard left, right back. Almost perfect, but because I had to keep my tractor clear of these trailers in front of me, I couldn't quite chase it in the way I wanted to, but not far off. Okay. Set brakes, air suspension down, back into my fifth wheel. I'll be right back. That already done. Yeah, I'm not gonna battle these guys. I assume close the doors on that trailer. They'll be taking an empty from here if they have any. Hopefully there are more than just the one that I saw over there from the freeway. Sometimes there could be a delay, having to wait for them to unload a trailer, or I might get instructions just go ahead and bobtail up to the next spot or whatever. Hey Tom, how you doing? Okay, I can go either direction here. I prefer to go this way though. Then I don't have to deal with the little stop sign or our private fleet traffic that's usually over there. Oh, what's this? Well, these are probably loaded though. Now this is curious. I don't normally see our trailers sitting up here, so I'm going to take a look at what's going on with these. Alrighty. Good. Both of these trailers here are empty. I'm going to go ahead and... One of them has the tandems almost all the way forward. One's almost all the way back. My next shipper requires them all the way back. So I'm going to just grab the one that's already back and not even worry about it. I'll just go ahead and drive off with it like they already are. Now, tandems all the way back is... it's more difficult to turn with, but I know there aren't any areas that I'm concerned about. This trailer looks like it might be sitting a little high. Okay, so I can tell. Let me pull back forward again so you can see better. Okay, I can tell by how much gap there is between my drive tire and the apron that the trailer is probably setting a little high for my taste. So all I'm going to do here, back in just, and I can feel the fifth wheel getting underneath it, but not enough for as I want. So what I'm going to do is just get the fifth wheel under it, don't couple in yet, and then I'll go ahead and raise the landing gear up so it sits, so the gear is actually off the ground. Since I need both hands, I'm going to go ahead and leave that there. Be back in a sec. Back all the way in. Tug it. Brakes work good. Alright. Now I'll just leave it in yard mode. Yard move, doesn't matter. Alright, I'll be back. I'm going to do my pre-trip on this trailer, finish coupling in and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, DK, you got the radio on?
Alright. Show you a little bit of damage on this thing. It's serviceable, but some people are not quite keen on what they're looking at, might have a problem with it. So I'm going to document it and say I call it good, but I'll show you why. Okay, got a set of cross members here, cross members here, and cross members here. There's 3 of them right there in a row. Now the limit is if there are three bad cross members, then the trailer's no good. However, now right here, this is the only one that's, I would say, has any real problem. Now the rivets are still hooked up. They're still in good shape. It's just the bottom, the bottom bar here on the front one is the only one that has any kind of problem. The rest of it's just the lip of the trailer itself. Now this one here, looking up through there, the cross member's fine. The rivets look like they're in good shape. Same with this one. All the rivets are in good enough shape, and it just looks like the lip is bent over the bottom of the cross member. So, in reality, it's only one cross member that has any concern at all. That's not enough to put this trailer out of service. So I'm going to go ahead and take it. As you see, I have the tandems all the way back. Like I said, my next shipper is going to want them all the way back anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and leave it like that. No point in sliding the tandems if I'm going to have to slide them back like that anyway, and I can legally run in Texas with them like that, so no reason to have any concern about it. And I also know what roads everywhere I'm going to be, it's not a problem where they're at, so I don't have any streets that I'm going to be dealing with, or I'm going to have a hard time turning with them like that. Yeah, I was wondering if you guys were going to notice that. Okay. Let's see, this guy's already... Oh, that's the guy who was here earlier. 4005. Where's his L at? No oil on your truck?
What's that?
No oil on your truck? Just the 4005 only?
Yeah, I'm one of the few company drivers that got left.
Ah, okay. Ah, crap. That's going to switch the channel. So I'm guessing he must have been he's probably been with the company a while then if he's actually a company driver. I didn't know we even had company drivers, to be honest with you. I thought our fleet was 100% lease operator or owner op. So I'm going to send my empty call when I get over here. Yeah, there's enough trucks trying to come in and out of here. Where are you at? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and send it now. It's a good spot. Come on. An empty call. No, yes, yes. Yes. 2. Drop 6662. Picked up 7375. Come on, send it. Alright. Good. I'm down to 153 left on my clock, so. I guess with this line here, might as well. Oh. I forgot to turn the reefer back off. I turned it on to make sure it was working right. Because I don't need it. Hey, what's up, Corey? Let's see, got the other JCT truck checking out right now. Basically, just gotta check the inside of the trailer to make sure it's empty. Other JCT driver's getting in his truck right now. And then this Walmart guy right in front of me is next. Now that guy who came in right after me, he's still on his way to the empty lot. That's him right there. He's bobtailing back over to the empty lot. He just got through dropping his loaded. And I think he was ahead of me when we first got onto the 27, or well, I got two I-27. Bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. $149 left. Oh, yeah, that's right. Kept thinking he already got looked at, but he hadn't. I need to pay for it. Get moving. I'll probably end up stopping at the Flying J up in Amarillo. It's a little bit out of the way, but I can't reach anywhere else beyond that. And actually, it'd be kind of iffy if I could reach Dumas. And not only that, but I want to stop somewhere where I can get a shower. So, pilot or Flying J in Amarillo, or the pilot over here on the way up to Amarillo are my only options for that. Closer to Cactus and as close as possible to Cactus. So yeah, I'll definitely opt for Amarillo. Alright, hurry up, back up. Go, boy. I'm doing the speed limit right now and you're going flying past me like that. 70 miles, whatever, to get up to Amarillo, or to the ballpark Amarillo. I'll probably take the Loop 375, 335. I always get the two mixed up. One is in Amarillo, the other one is in El Paso. Basically, the loop that goes around. That's the one I'm going to take. Take it basically around the southeast end, and then it'll come right up where Flying J is. Right around the 122 or something. I forget what that exit number is, where I can pick up Loop 330, whatever. Agri Producers, Grain Court. They're done with some of the construction that was going on over here. See some more Walmart trailers over here at this place. Along with CRST, Archer, Gordon, Ashley Furniture? Or it might be a different Ashley. Ashley Furniture trailers are usually black with like gold writing or something. That was white trailer. Where I can finish playing that Cora art entry I was playing earlier, and then have some more stuff on there beside that.
Investors intuitively feel that losses are bad. Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky published a seminal paper on the perception of losses 3. They discovered that people feel about 2.25 times more pain with losses than pleasure with gain.
Yeah, that's true.
But intuition and feeling are not profitable investment strategies.
Yeah.
Yet we know, mathematically, that losses are bad. After all, the mathematics of loss are well known. To recover from a 20% loss, you need a 25% gain to break even. Furthermore, if you are investing to achieve a goal, as most of us are, mistimed market drawdowns can be devastating, especially if you are withdrawing from a portfolio every month. In the chart below, both investors realize a 12.2% average return over 30 years. But in the first instance, the investor realized positive returns in the first years, 1981-2010, and negative returns in the end. In the second instance, the investor realized sharply negative returns in the first years, and sharply positive returns in the end, 1930-1959. The first investor grew his portfolio by a factor of 10, while still maintaining a 6% withdrawal rate, while the second investor ran out of money in year 10.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone tell you, don't worry, it'll come back, when you are withdrawing money from your portfolio. For you, it doesn't come back. That mantra is a very institutional, academic view of investing. Institutions and academics have an unlimited time horizon. Goal-based investors, however, do not. This is something which has only recently come to light in the academic literature, since 2002, C4, and it is the subject of my active research. So what's the answer? Know when losses are too great to recover from, then implement strategies to prevent those excessive losses. The formula I developed and published 5 to describe your maximum losses. Where V is the required future value to fund your goal, C are the annual contributions, withdrawals is the annual growth rate of contributions, withdrawals, T is the time until your goal, R is a reasonable recovery rate we can expect from your portfolio, and V is the present value of your portfolio. What this tells you is that there is a level of losses from which you may not recover. Of course, each goal, investor, and portfolio is different, so there isn't a blanket answer here. However, it seems prudent to hedge or stop loss those losses which may be unrecoverable for you. The other important discovery from this research is that time erodes your loss tolerance in a very quantifiable way. 6. You should be thinking about your final year before a goal more than your current year, because that is the most critical. I'll be quick to say, however, that this loss management has to be a data-based, mechanical process. You must avoid the emotion of losses. Which brings me to my final point. 6. By far, the big...
Okay, before he goes to that point, a couple of things I want to add on there. Alright, so we're talking about with losses being more painful than gains. A good way to quantify this, say you drop from 10 to 9, $10 a share to $9 a share. You lost 10%. To get from $9 a share back to $10 a share, you actually have to increase by 11.11% to get back to that same price that you were originally at. So that's why it's the losses are more painful than gains are, than what you can get from gains. But a little caveat to what he mentioned there, the withdrawals. If you're withdrawing 6% a year out of your account, and honestly, in my opinion, it might be a little bit too much. Normally about 4% per year is reasonable. You got 4% you can make it last 25 years in an interest-free environment. Interest and risk-free environment. Or if you withdraw 5%, it should last 20 years. So if you're withdrawing 6%, and then I don't know what the average annual performance is of this metric that he's working with. If the average annual increase is less than your average annual withdrawal, then yeah, you're going to run out of money eventually. But if you keep your withdrawals below what your actual performance is, now you can actually see even with your withdrawals, continue to see your account balance increase over time. Now the average investor, though, they don't know when an actual recession is coming, and so for the run-of-the-mill investor, I don't disagree necessarily with the idea of diversifying across like stocks, bonds, gold, collectibles, real estate, whatever. Yeah, expand your wealth investment to just more than one basket, basically. Exit 63 coming up. Not too far away from to stop at because I want to get closer to Cactus. Alright, let's see what his last point is.
6. By far, the biggest mistake stock market investors make is following the emotional roller coaster.
Exactly.
You absolutely must stay disciplined in the face of emotion. Investing is boring in this way, because once you've structured your rules and your system, you just follow it like a robot. Most people don't though. They mistime the market. They sell at the bottom and buy in the top.
Yep.
In fact, the average investor is absolutely horrid at investing. Note that the average investor barely beat inflation during a time when the S&P 500 generated plus 8 percentage points over inflation. You have to get the emotion out of your investment decisions. Hopefully, you gained something from this admittedly long answer. In truth, so much of investing is winning by not losing. If you can avoid the major pitfalls, you will likely do just fine. 1. De Miguel, Garlapi, Uppel. Optimal versus naive diversification. How inefficient is the 1N portfolio strategy? Review of financial studies. 2. Bushi, Nemchinov, Paulson and Stein. Volatility harvesting. Why does diversifying and rebalancing create portfolio growth? The Journal of Wealth Management, 2012. 3. Kahneman, Tversky. Prospect theory, an analysis of decision-making under risk.
Okay. Move on to the next one.
Prospect theory, an analysis of decision-making.
No, that's not what I was trying to tell you to do.
Quora. Open an app. Sign in. A pregnant Florida woman saved her husband and daughter's lives by killing a home intruder with an AR-15. How often do gun owners stop crime in the USA? Scott Disputes, student of the effectiveness and intent of gun control laws. Answered November 5, 2019. Author has 1.7k answers and 1.7 meters answer views. It's not an easy question to answer. Vast percentages of defensive gun uses are not reported to authorities. From those that are reported, and from surveys which not all people will answer honestly, it is estimated anywhere from 500,000 to upwards of 3 million times a year guns are used in self-defense. CDC study, use of firearms for self-defense is important crime deterrent. The means one uses to extrapolate reported numbers to the general population bear some scrutiny, hence the variation in estimates from 1/2 million to 3 million. Why wouldn't someone answer honestly? Example, a good friend of mine, gassing up his Harley one evening, was being approached by 3 toughs indicating they liked his bike a lot and wanted it. IOW, he believed they were going to steal it 3-on-1, he simply showed them the butt of his 1911, and they remembered an appointment across town they were late for, so left in a hurry. Why wouldn't he report it? Why not answer a survey honestly? It was illegal for him, at the time, to carry a weapon, concealed or otherwise. In some states, even if carrying it was legal, that could be called brandishing, and would be illegal. Depending on the local DA, were it reported, the citizen might go to jail, or let off, considering the circumstances. In one of those states, my friend would have had to wait for the cops to show up, the 3 guys already long gone, explain for several hours what happened, and likely have his gun confiscated and himself maybe arrested. So no, he didn't report it. The odds would be good he wouldn't admit to it on a survey, not being absolutely positive who he was talking to. Defensive gun use is not a myth. Considering criminal uses of a gun nowhere approach 500,000 a year against innocent civilians, here I am discounting criminal on criminal gun use, like gangs or drug deals gone sideways, much less 3 million, far more crimes are averted by the citizen having a gun than by criminals committing a crime. Those 3 toughs would likely not be considered as committing attempted robbery since all they did was talk and were walking toward my friend. But he had full belief they intended him harm. The point is, how many of those averted crimes would become real crimes had the citizen not had a gun for self-defense? The CDC reports studies that directly assess the effect of actual defensive uses of guns, i.e., incidents in which a gun was used by the crime victim in the sense of attacking or threatening an offender, have found consistently lower injury rates among gun-using crime victims compared with victims who used other self-protective strategies. Boldface mine. My takeaway is that a lot of crime is averted by citizens being armed. Given about 100 million U.S. citizens own at
thanks for
least one
stopping
gun,
in,
and
Tara.
knowing that 100 million people represents about half of U.S. adults, is a testament to the sobriety and sense of responsibility most U.S. gun owners have about their weapons. 43 views view 4 upvoters. About the author. Scott Dismukes. Former head instructor and chief bottle washer 1998-2018. MS Business Management and Psychology, the University of Texas at Dallas, graduated 1979. Lives in North Central Texas 1968 present. 1.7 meters content views 658.1K this month. View 2 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Article 10 of 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Former bullied kids, what did your bullies do when they met you as an adult? Eric Nicholson, studied at University of Sarajevo. Answered November 4, 2019. Author has 79 answers and 264.3K answer views. This is probably going to be a boring and not that interesting story. During my high school days, there was one particular guy who made my life hell. Even today, I have traumas based on what he did to me. Not to mention, that I lost a half of my hair due to stress and everything connected with the bullying. So, my first 2 years were, as I said, a school definition of hell. Things started to feel better after my parents decided to move me into another classroom. Occasionally, I would see him in the school during our breaks. Even then, he tried to intimidate me, but I decided that the best way to treat his behavior was to ignore him and pretend like he doesn't exist. I would just shoot down and move to the other place when I see him. Lucky, in 2011, I finished my high school, and I gave myself a pledge that I am not going to be interested in my former schoolmates. That meant cutting all the contacts I had with them. The big help for me was the fact that people from my school decided to pursue different faculties and fields, while I was the only one from my school who opted for something else. One day, it was in November of 2016, I was asked by my work buddy to change him because he wanted to spend time with his girlfriend. I said yes, no worries. Anyway, I had some unfinished job back then. I was working for a local museum. While waiting for my boss in the main museum hall, I saw the guy who made my life a living hell. He was with the group of tourists. Based on their appearance, I would say that these people were from the Gulf states. The last time I saw him, back in 2011, he was skinny. But now, he was fat. Not fat in the sense that he ate a lot, but that he probably overworked in the gym. His body wasn't in proportion with the rest of him. Since I was the only at that time there, he saw me and approached me. I recognized him at first, and the same feelings like I had in my high school showed up, but this time, I was a different man. From 2011 until today, I worked on myself and learned how to control and not show emotions. Overnight, I grow up and become another man. Then, for the first time in my life, I decided to stand up for myself and not allow him to bully me, especially in my house. If school was his little kingdom, museum was mine, and now, he needed to play according to my rules. At the first, he didn't recognize me. He just comes to me and asked me if I work here. I said yes, and he asked for the tickets. I noticed that he didn't even have a slightest idea in what type of cultural institution he is. I took some time and explained to him what we have and went further with the recommendation of some places in the city. While I was talking, he accidentally saw my accreditation, with my full name and surname, academic title and position. He started to change his face. In the 10 minutes, he got again that face he had while he bullied me. For a few moments, his face was like he saw something disgusting. Suddenly, he stopped me while I was explaining tourists what they can see and said that I am going to tour his group. He said this in the way like he was a director and I was his employee. I politely rejected that and said to him that he needs to pay for the services of the museum docent guide, and if he doesn't like that, he has two options. He can go out or call the director. Since that day, our director was in a very bad mood. I was more than happy to introduce him to the director. He was, at first, surprised by my reaction and asked me what I do, and what was my profession. I answer him, and instead his disgusting and arrogant face and stance, this time, his face was like he was going to cry. Later, I found it out that he didn't finish his studies and that he worked temporary as some sort of tourist guide. 555 views, view 15 upvoters. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 11 of 125. Rebuilding Paradise. A year after the campfire, one couple finds healing in starting over.
Julia,
Bert and Joe
that's
Lynn
what it's
Clement at
called.
home with their dog,
Right
December
here's where that pilot
2016.
is I was talking about.
Photo, courtesy of the family. More. Paradise, Caliph. There's hundreds and hundreds of reasons why we shouldn't build, why we shouldn't come back, Bert Clement said as he sat beside his wife, Jo Lynn, in an RV parked in the driveway of the home he lost a year ago in the campfire. Are produced by Henry Kaiser and Rebecca Corey. Outside the trailer on Forest Lane, the smack of a nail gun punctured the crisp air and an electric saw screamed its way through a 2x4. The crew had already erected the exterior walls and laid plywood for the roof of what was to be a replica of the three-bedroom house where Bert and Jo Lynn lived for 13 years. Next would be shingles and siding, perhaps before the autumn rains arrive. The Clements are in the minority in Paradise. In April, after FEMA had scraped clean their lot of charred toxic remains, they received the seventh permit to rebuild in a town where approximately 13,000 homes were incinerated, 95% of all structures in the Butte County town were destroyed and 86 people lost their lives. Most of our friends, a lot of them can't even come up here, Jo Lynn, 60, a retired bank teller, told Yahoo News. Even though it's 100% better, they can't even envision it, so they don't. Most of them have left. Given the trauma that was unleashed on the approximately 27,000 residents of Paradise on morning of November 8, 2018, it's no wonder. The windows of the Clement house had been covered for repainting on the morning of November 8, but Bert realized something was amiss when he stepped outside at 6:30. The same high winds that brought down a PG&E electrical transmission line and sparked the fire in the town of Polga, 10 miles away, now thrashed the tree line above the Clements' home. Though the sky was blue, the air smelled of smoke. Moments later, their daughter Jody, who was home recovering from a Caserin delivery 3 days earlier, called. A friend who worked at the fire department had just told her she and her newborn daughter, Gracie Lane, needed to evacuate. Not yet realizing their own home was in danger, the Clements jumped in their Ford Ranger and sped toward Jody's home. The campfire, as it would soon be known, was also on the move, expanding at a rate estimated to be the size of a football field every second. The sky above Paradise was changing. Wisps of brown smoke began to build. Like glowing snowflakes, embers started falling, and soon the approaching inferno cast a sepia glow over the landscape. An area whose enormous pine trees were once coveted for making matchsticks was especially dry that November, having received just 1/7 of an inch of rain over the previous 5 months. After driving just a few blocks, the Clements discovered that flames had reached an apple orchard at the intersection of Pence and Merrill Roads, a symbolic landmark for a town accustomed to the threat of wildfires. Everybody said if it ever crossed Pence Road, Paradise would be in trouble. Pence Road would be like a firebreak, Bert, 69, a retired truck driver for Sierra Nevada Brewing Company, said, his eyes filling with tears. It had already crossed. And then we knew at that point that Paradise was in trouble. In the 10 minutes it took to reach their daughter's home, the sky had gone black. They loaded the baby's car seat into the back at Jody's Chevy Tahoe, grabbed a few bags and Joe got behind the wheel and they took their spot in the 4 lanes of traffic inching out of town on Clark Road, one of Paradise's 3 main thoroughfares. Though it was now clear just how quickly the fire was devouring the town, the Clements had left their Pettiquita at home, so Bert frantically raced back to Forest Lane, while the 2 women and the baby inched towards safety in Chico, 14 miles west. If you would have asked me what my name was I couldn't have told you, he said. As he turned onto the street where he and Jo Lynn had lived for 13 years, a surreal scene greeted him. The campfire rages through Paradise, Caliph, November 2018. Photo, Noah Berger, AP. More. The flames were like a demon. They were just crazy, Bert said as if seeing it all over again. It was just a completely different kind of a flame. It was a flame of it just scared you. Because it was so alive. His neighbors were packing up their cars and trucks. Bert parked his Ranger in the garage and he darted inside the home that his younger brother had built for them, unsure what to grab. He called his wife. The quilts, she told him. Made of scraps of fabric passed down from 2 generations, Joe had spent the last 7 years piecing them together. Outside, Bert heard someone crying. After putting the dog and the quilts into his pickup, which was hooked up to the couple's RV, he ran across the street. His neighbor, a woman named Sharon, was pacing in front of her home and told him she and her elderly mother had nowhere to go and didn't know how they were going to evacuate. Bert ran to next door to a neighbor. "What are you gonna do with your truck?" he asked the man, who threw him the keys. The truck was parked behind a locked gate and the smoke was by then so thick Bert had trouble finding the lock. "Bert, I don't know how to drive this," she told him as she got into the pickup. "Sharon, just pretend," he replied. Back on Clark Road, the traffic had only worsened, and Jolynn and her daughter had barely made it a few miles when she noticed that the Tahoe's gas gauge was on empty. "I said, God, you got to show me that we're gonna make this," Jolynn recalled. "My daughter can't walk because she had a C-section. We have a brand new baby. We can't have her outside in the smoke." At 9:45 a.m., the wind stoked flames on either side of the road. Like gunfire, propane tanks exploded all around them. The truck's engine began bonging, Jolynn remembered. Fortunately, the road to Chico was mostly downhill, and she coasted in neutral as much as possible. Finally, nearly 3 hours later, they pulled into a Valero gas station at the bottom of the hill, Gracie Lane still sound asleep. Not long after, Bert arrived pulling the RV, the town they'd fled a blackage, the fate of their own home in doubt. "I owe it to this place." For 6 weeks after the fire ravaged Paradise, destroying 9 out of every 10 homes, residents were prohibited from returning. The Inferno's heat had melted nearly everything in its path, leaving behind acrid air and a water system that would take months to make safe for drinking or bathing. Ken Blanton, a contractor who had built houses in Paradise since 1993, snuck back through the fire lines days after he'd evacuated to see if his house on South Libby Road had survived.
It's about 40
There were
miles
smoldering piles on every
area.
other lot that they were still putting out, Blanton told Yahoo News. It was like a movie scene, an apocalypse. A neighborhood destroyed by the campfire. Photo, Justin Sullivan, Getty Images. More. Blanton's house, like most of the homes in his residential neighborhood, was reduced to a pile of rubble and corroded metal. Blocks away, 2 buildings where he ran his business were also gone, as were most of the new homes his company was in the process of building.
That's a new one.
But even after tallying all that he'd lost, he and his family decided to stay in.
Did you see that? There's a tanker truck over there, reefs, servicing one of those diesels over there with fuel. I mean, the locomotives. I don't think I'd seen that before. It's interesting.
But even after tallying all that he'd lost, he and his family decided to stay in Paradise. "I really didn't feel like I had an option," Blanton said. "I felt pretty helpless being in a hotel. I'm a builder and this community has supported me for the last 26 years of my life, and supported me good. I owe it to this place to give whatever I can to get back up here." The Clements got the news that their home hadn't survived from a police officer who snapped a picture of their barren lot. As they waited for the all clear, they lived out of their trailer in and around Chico, moving from the driveway of their daughter's friend to the home of one of Bert's former coworkers. Lots of people offered us a place to stay. The support was incredible, Jolynn said. The generosity continued to flow, with some local restaurants refusing to let the Clements pay for their meals when they learned where they lived. Friends that we haven't seen since we got married or whatever would see that we were, on Facebook, seeing that we had issues and the whole deal, Jolynn said. And they're like, "What's your address?" And they would send us a check for $500 or whatever. It's like, wow, this is amazing. Finally, nearly 2 months after the flames chased them down the ridge, the Clements drove up to their property. "We pulled in the driveway," Bert said. "We hadn't seen it. And we didn't say nothing. And I looked at her and she looked back at me, and I says, 'How you feel?'" As if on cue, Jolynn reenacted her response. "It feels like home, she said. "Pulling in the driveway and, our front yard made it and our mailbox made it. And it's like, it still feels like home, Aside from the melted frame of Bert's Harley-Davidson motorcycle and that of the Ranger, little else remained. But as they walked the footprint of the property, the Clements found a trail of nails that Bert's older brother, a carpenter, had used to assemble their home, and scooped them up for safekeeping. It took 2 months for FEMA to clear their lot. As they waited, they contacted Blanton and tracked down the architectural plans used in 2005 by Bert's brother, who died of a heart attack on November 8, 2013, exactly 5 years before the fire overtook Paradise. In yet another symbolic affirmation, when Bert told his brother's grown son that he had recovered some of the nails, he offered to drive from Bend 4 with the hammers his father had first used to pound them into place. Bert Clement and his nephew putting Kenny's nails back into the house. Photo, courtesy of the family. More. The scary part right now. By the time Paradise began issuing building permits that spring, the population of the town had fallen to just 2,000 residents. Whole blocks, retirement communities, hospitals, liquor stores, fast food restaurants and much of the downtown were wiped from the map. But Forest Lane illustrated the haphazard pattern wildfires often leave behind. While the Clements and many of their neighbors, including Sharon and her mother, lost everything, 2 homes directly across the street were untouched. Even for those who still have homes, the scale of the devastation in Paradise is impossible to ignore. Enrollment at Paradise High School, for instance, was down more than 60% at the start of the school year. Half the kids have all started smoking weed and drinking, Blanton said. They're coping, but the entire high school is screwed up. It's a huge mental health crisis. My kids are doing okay, but they're smoking a bunch of weed like all the rest of the kids. School administrators in Butte County have spent months trying to recruit counselors to help students, many of whom were left homeless by the fire, make sense of the disaster. Data provided by Butte County Behavioral Health showed that, within the burn area, youth patients made up 83% of the total number of local residents on Medi-Cal seeking mental health services from March to September of 2019. For a community experiencing such stark displacement, help of all kinds is in short supply. Roughly half of the police force has quit, and Bert says that he's recently had a lawnmower stolen from his driveway and tries to avoid leaving his property unattended. Yet the Clements take solace in their Christian faith, marking every milestone in the rebuilding process as a sign that they're following a larger plan. It's where we feel that God wants us, Joe Lynn said. The sight of new construction has been a much-needed tonic for others in Paradise as well. The mailman claps when they see this, Bert said. We've had a couple of policemen come up, and they actually come and, and they thank us, and they take pictures. They do selfies and they put it on Facebook because they're grateful that we're coming home. But as the anniversary of fire neared, Paradise residents were tested yet again. Citing a forecast of dangerous high winds and desert low humidity, PG&E announced that as a precaution it would cut power to communities across the state, including those scorched by the Camp Fire. While the public utility, which filed for bankruptcy in January and last month released a plan to offer fire victims $18 billion in damages, had warned customers that shutoffs, the trial run of what residents called a new normal, born of a perilous mixture of climate change and sorely outdated infrastructure, hit Paradise residents hard. Joe Lynn and Bert Clement in front of their newly under construction home. Photo, Henry Kaiser, Yahoo News. More. That was probably one of the most stressful weeks I've had, Blanton said. The frustration levels. I spent all my money putting this house back here. For me being a contractor and having all those emotions, I'm sure for homeowners it's going to be even worse. While the Clements purchased a generator that powered their trailer and kept Blanton's crew working on their home, there are unknowns that worry them. As the sudden outbreak of the Kincaid Fire in nearby northern Sonoma County just 2 weeks ahead of the anniversary of the Camp Fire illustrated, the risks posed by wildfires continue to increase in California. It's unclear, however, how long rebuilding in areas susceptible to the dangers will be an option for homeowners. I don't know when this is all done if I'm going to be able to afford it because I have no idea what this is going to cost, Bert said. I mean, is the insurance going to come through? I don't know. We're hoping. That's probably the scary part right now. Stepping out onto the green front lawn that somehow survived the Camp Fire's fury, Bert and Joe Lynn beamed at the sight of workers affixing the first pieces of siding. Joe Lynn then gestured to the tiny American flag still hanging from the mailbox's original wooden post. Amazing that this little thing is still here, she said. After an hour of recounting all they'd been through, they seem incredibly upbeat, almost as if reliving the horror was itself therapeutic. Being able to share our story like this is a joy. To know that yes, it was ugly, it was a disaster, it was life-changing. But through the miracles of Bert says, his eyes watering again as he looks up toward his new front porch. Up to this point, even this house is a miracle. Blank. Download the Yahoo News app to customize your experience. Read more from Yahoo News. Children were told to build the wall at White House.
We're in the ballpark of 30 miles now from my turn that I'm going to make.
Maybe this will help. What my journey into homelessness taught me. The 360 should daylight saving time be eliminated. Photos feeling the pain and joy of running the New
Yeah,
York
that's a
City
good place to
Marathon.
stop right in the middle of the lane.
Article 12 of 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever been caught having sex? Anonymous. Answered November 7, 2019. A few times. One when I was like 12 fooling around with one of my guy friends. I'm a guy. My dad walked in. I was mortified. Once when I was like 14, having sex with my girlfriend. My mom walked in. She didn't care, and kinda messed with us. Didn't walk out right away and starting talking to us like nothing was happening. I mean, we were under the covers, but she knew. Finally I'm like, Mom, get the FK out. When I was like 16, a cop pulled up and caught me having sex with my girlfriend in my car. He told us to go home. Once when I was like 17 or 18, I was having a party at my house. My girlfriend and I were having sex on the kitchen floor. No one was in there when we started, and the lights were off. Next thing I know, the lights come on, and everyone is gathered around and cheering for us. Okay, that one was actually kinda cool. One time I'm like 21 and dating a 42-year-old. I stayed over one night. In the morning I'm walking down the stairs in my underwear and pass a guy my age. It was her son. Not directly caught but awkward AF. At like 22 I'm at my buddy's house. Or maybe his girlfriend's house. IDK. We're all drinking. Don't even remember how or why, but I'm laying in the bed with his girlfriend and he's laying on the floor. I think she wanted me to. Anyway, I feel her pressing her ass into my cock. We both slide our pants down a little and I'm basically spooning her, fucking her in the ass with my buddy like 8 feet away.
Okay.
He heard us. Another time at like 25, I'm hooking up with this married chick. One night I take her and all of her friends to a concert. The night is kinda hazy, but I remember we went to a bar after, and I was fucking one of her friends out in my car and she came out and found us. Once when I was maybe 33, my daughter was over. So was my girlfriend. My daughter was like 6 or 7 I think. Don't remember the details, but my girlfriend is laying on the bed. I'm on my knees next to the bed going down on her. We're both naked. I hear something, turn around to look, and my daughter is standing there at the door. I forgot to lock it, flushed face. Feel like I'm missing a few here. 5 views. View 45 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact.
That's just
Article
a few
13
times.
and 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Who was the most interesting person you've ever been seated next to on an airplane? John Stevens, President and Principal, 2011 present. Answered August 25, 2019, upvoted by Kim Aaron,
Yeah,
Hot
that's,
Aircraft Performance and
I've
Dynamics
never
at
been seated
Caltech.
next to anybody interested
An
in
Ed
an
Post,
airplane.
private pilot with over 1,000 hours in gliders and single-engine aircraft. Author has 110 answers and 197.2k answer views. I have on occasion commuted between Florida and Washington, D.C. Many U.S. representatives and senators commute to and from their homes. Consequently, there were several flights on which I sat next to one of these congressmen. Yes, they were all men. However, none of these came close to the most interesting person. I was flying from LA to Tokyo where I was stationed in the U.S. Navy. I had with me my 3-year-old son and my newborn 1-month-old son. Caring for 2 kids on a long intercontinental flight was a real challenge, especially since I had not known I was going to be the only adult. Shortly after getting to cruising speed and altitude, the chief attendant announced that the famous boxer Muhammad Ali was on the plane and wanted to take the time to meet passengers. This was a Boeing 747 with seats in the middle, 5 if I recall, and seats on either side of the aircraft, probably 3 on each side.
Yeah, that's normal.
Ali walked down the right side of the aircraft shaking hands and signing autographs. He walked all the way to the back of the aircraft, then headed forward coming up the left side. I was in coach, middle section next to the left aisle, and almost all the way to the bulkhead before first class. When Ali reached me, he immediately saw the challenge I was having with two very young children. Instead of passing on by, as most celebrities would have done, he asked if it was alright for him to sit with me for a while. Muhammad Ali sat with my kids and I for hours playing with the kids and talking about life. He was as nice a guy as I had ever met. Finally, when we were a little more than 2 hours out of Tokyo, Ali excused himself and said he needed to get some sleep because he had a big fight the next day. About 10 minutes later, this older gentleman came back to my seat, introduced himself as Bundini, and said, "The champ sent me back to help you take care of the kids." He brought with him pin-on buttons, signed photographs, and all kinds of Ali memorabilia. Mr. Bundini told me that if I ever was in a town where Ali was getting ready to fight, I should stop by the training camp and ask for him. Several years later, Ali was getting ready for a fight in the Washington, D.C. area where my family and I were living. On a chance, I gather my two sons up and off we drove to the hotel where Ali had his training camp set up. When I went to the security guy at the entrance to the rooms reserved for Ali, I told him I was looking for Mr. Bundini and to tell him I was the guy from the airplane trip to Tokyo. About 10 minutes later, here comes Mr. Bundini. He actually remembered my name and invited us to come in to watch the champ spar. He took the boys and I right up to the ring where we watched. Finally, Ali decided to take a break. He saw us from across the ring, said loudly, "John. It's good to see you." He shook my oldest son's hand, patted the younger on the head, then said his goodbye. I cannot imagine a more interesting airplane trip story.
That is interesting.
75.4K views, view 9.5K upvoters, view sharers. Suggestions pending. About the author. John Stevens. Graduate, U.S. Naval Academy and former Surface Warfare OFCR. President and Principal 2011 present. Studied public administration at University of Central Florida, graduated 1998. Lives in Merritt Island, Florida. Present. 197.2K content views, 78.6K this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 14 of 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the rudest thing that a customer said while you were serving them? Rebecca Roberts, owner, 1990 present. Answered November 7, 2019. When I was much younger and better looking, I waited tables and served drinks on weekend at a cocktail lounge. I was slammed in my section and unable to keep up. I also didn't have enough help with the kitchen runner staff. I kept forgetting a menu for a lady with an extreme case of RBF. She asked me when was the last time I had a lobotomy. Her husband or partner made an excuse for her behavior as I handed the menus to him after I gave her a horrified look. He tipped me upwards of 30% of the bill when we settled his tab, and I made sure that after that horrified look I gave her that everything for them was well taken care of. 20 plus years later I laugh about this now, and I hope wherever she is that she had some extreme injections work done on that RBF of hers, because I think her horrible attitude had ingrained itself into the creases of her face. Lady, if you are reading this, I know some great plastic surgeons here in Newport Beach. 22 views, view 1 upvoter. About the author. Rebecca Roberts. Owner 1990 present. 6K content views, 5.8K this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 15 of 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the craziest thing an undercover cop has done? Raj Rogers, Texas Master Law Enforcement Officer, 1987 present. Updated February 21, 2019, upvoted by Eamon O'Kelly, over 2 decades practicing law in U.S. courts. Author has 596 answers and 1.2 meters answer views. One of my undercover agents was working a case against a bartender who was selling meth. He was wearing a pen-style audio recorder on a chain around his neck to record the transaction. The woman asked him, "Are you a cop?" Our hero grinned and said, "Yeah, I am. Wanna talk into my microphone?" As he grabbed the recorder through his shirt. She replied, "Hi, Mr. Policeman. He looked at her and asked if she was still going to sell to him, so she did. Our district attorney only wanted 2 hand-to-hand drug transactions to go to trial with, but my agent was having so much fun screwing with her that he went back 4 more times. Each time he'd enter the bar she would exclaim, "Oh look! Here comes the cops," and then she'd sell to him. When he finally arrested her, he told me the look on her face was one of incredulity. "Why in the world are you surprised?" he asked her. "You knew I was a cop the first time we met." 123.7K views, view 9K upvoters, view sharers. About the author.
She must have
Rod
taken his
Rogers,
response to sarcasm.
Texas Master Law Enforcement Officer 1987 present. PhD International Police Studies, honorary doctorates, graduated 2006. Lives in Texas recent. 1.2 meters, content views 49.2K this month. In other languages. In Portuguese. Qual foi a coisa mais maluca que a polícia infiltrado já fez? View 8 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 16 of 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the best way to go to jail? Jim Christmas, sentenced to 4 years behind bars for another man's crime. Answered September 1st, 2018,
Isn't that
uploaded
simple?
by
Just
Jen
break
Buzzy,
along,
Master's
get caught.
Degree Criminal Justice and Criminal Intelligence, Street. Joseph's University, Philadelphia, 2014,
Why the hell
author
would you
has
ask that kind of
826 answers and 15.5 meters answer views. I don't remember his name, he was my very first cellie.
Wendy.
He was probably in his early 70s, thin, tall, and in excellent shape. His bunk looked ready for military inspection at all times, not a wrinkle anywhere, crisp, sharp folds. He arrived just a few hours behind me. After making his bed up, he launched into an exercise routine. I learned later that he had spent 47 years behind bars, more time incarcerated than I had been alive at that point. He started off with some minor infraction while in the military, and was sentenced to the brig. When he got out, his dishonorable discharge made it hard to fit back in. He would commit offense after offense and be sent back for increasingly long periods of time. Life on the installment plan, they call it. He was institutionalized. He couldn't survive out in the real world. Nothing in 47 years of prison had ever taught him how to hold down a job or make ends meet on a paycheck. I suspect he had never known a woman's love. He missed the structure and the freedom of prison. He didn't have to work in prison, didn't have to worry about money or where his next meal would come from. For this older man, it was a no-brainer. He would just catch a ride in a cop car back to prison. But how to do that? What would be the quickest and best way back to his cold comfort of bars and bunks? This man was an expert in that area. If your intent is to catch a charge that will land you in the stony lonesome, I suggest you follow his lead. His method is the answer to this question. He walked into a bank, federally insured by the FDIC, and presented a note to the teller. "This is a robbery. Please place money in a bag." The teller handed him a bag of money, and I can imagine him smiling and giving a wink as he calmly walked out. Outside, he sat down on the curb, money bag in his lap, and waited for the cops. By robbing a bank covered by the FDIC, he knows he's going to a federal prison. These are generally better run than state prisons. By using just a note with no weapon whatsoever, he knows that he'll go to a lower custody facility. This is the reality of what prison is. Anyone who believes that a couple decades behind bars will teach someone a lesson is right. The lesson is that the world is a dangerous place full of people who don't want you in it. And once you've been to prison, you might just as well stay there. 375.9K views, view 14.1K upvoters, view sharers. About the author. Jim Christmas. I've walked the banks of all 5 rivers. Former software engineer. 15.5 meters, content views 608K this month. In other languages. In Spanish. ¿Cuál es la mejor forma de ir a la cárcel?
Kind of reminds me of, what's his name? The one character in the Shawshank Redemption, the old man with the crow.
¿Cuál es la mejor manera de ir para Acadia? View 18 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old Open an app. Sign in. What's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you or creepiest thing you've ever seen? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Matthew Williams, highest honors in B's Goldfish Standard, and I'm the leading authority of my own Imagineering, 1977. Answered November 7, 2019. A little while back when I first started summoning demons and succubus, I came across a YouTube channel run by a black magician who, despite being a Jewish rabbi, Rabbi Johanim, who just kinda appeared on my homepage, and instantly his methodical approach and way of explaining just grabbed my left hand and took me to his WordPress account, where I found an initiation rite for working with the infernal divine, a naked ritual. Now I'm not one to be completely naked, as it makes me feel vulnerable. I guess it symbolizes the whole I'm stripped of my defenses, I'm vulnerable, and I'm summoning Satan in what's supposed to be my own private temple. Anyway, a bit later on I was watching his videos and reading the comments, and suddenly I saw some comments literally changed in front of my eyes. Then the replacement comments came from a computer script kitty whose coding and knowledge knows no bounds. Love ya smirking face, don't be shy, came the reply. We've all seen how big your cock is, face screaming in fear, beaming face with smiling eyes. And that one comment turned my head inside out. I can wholeheartedly tell you that I'd rather be facing Satan himself and forgetting to bring his coffee and newspaper than to find out all my dirty secrets, quirks, and sexual fetishizing, and generally all my darkest parts that I spent many years keeping behind a mask. Suddenly private no more, but the worst thing is I still to this day, despite many hours, weeks and months trying to track them down, there's not a trace of evidence. Nerd face, brain, woman, medium light skin tone, laptop, computer, man, medium skin tone, laptop, computer. Think these geeky peeps who may have been bullied by the cool kids may wish they hadn't, cause they are gonna take over the world. I know you're watching me, but you'll never get past my tinfoil hat, person wearing turban, female, sign XX. 184 views. Answer requested by Jerry Tan. About the author. Matthew Williams. Former captive. Highest honors in B's Goldfish Standard, and I'm the leading authority of my own Imagineering, graduated 1977. Lives in quaint little Salt Marsh, Flintshire. Percent. 3.2k content views, 2.7k this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 18 of 125. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you or creepiest thing you've ever seen? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Harold Green, owner and founder, 2019 present. Answered November 7, 2019. Author has 1.2k answers and 5.5 meters answer views. We were once harassed by an elemental spirit for several months. I understand that a lot of people won't believe this or think I am crazy. I would be one of them if this hadn't happened to us. Back around 2009, strange things started happening in my house. Doors would open and close by themselves despite all windows being closed. Things would be moved from where we left them the night before. Things would go missing and then suddenly turn up in obvious places. Unexplainable loud noises would come from parts of the house no one was in. The attic would creak loudly every night at the exact same time. Eventually, we started hearing a rattling of latches on a dresser at the foot of the bed at night while we were trying to sleep. My initial thought was that it was my dog's tail hitting it somehow, but I looked down and saw that he was sound asleep nowhere near the latches. This happened every night and began to feel ominous. We called in a famous TV ghost expert who completely missed what was really going on. He simply told us we had a lot of spirits in the house and would need to have someone cleanse them. We had multiple people out, and within a few days of them leaving, everything would start happening again. When we let them know it hadn't worked, they tried to blame everything on Evelyn being a poltergeist enabler. Sorry, we knew that was BS. One night there was a very loud growl in our bedroom like a lion. I jumped up out of a deep sleep thinking something was trying to kill our cat. I ran outside to the back deck and my cat was looking at me as if to say, "What?" I came back to the bedroom flustered and wondering if I had dreamt it. My GF assured me she had heard it too, and that it came from the bedroom. We decided to leave and go visit my GF's second home in Destin, FL, to get away.
Maybe
When I
see the
got there,
loves
I
up
remember
there.
laughing and being pleased that there were
Next
no
time we're
left
over here where the loves is, that's where I'm going to be.
It followed us and more than made
Turning.
up for it. Cabinet doors would open and close by themselves. The shower door opened and closed by itself. A sound like a garbage can being flipped over in the kitchen woke me up. I went out to the kitchen and nothing. Everything was in its place. It was like being back at the other house but on steroids.
Oh, yeah, this is the
I
exit
did
right
some
here.
research and hired one of the world's
It's
foremost
closer than I
spirit
thought.
cleansers from
115,
Ireland.
it looks like.
She promised she could resolve the
Yeah.
situation remotely. She did a scan of our house and let us know that what we were experiencing was an elemental spirit. In other words, it had never been a human, it was an earth spirit. She said it was intrigued by us and almost playing a game. On a highly creepy note, we went to breakfast one morning in Destin, and as we were leaving, a kid walking out with us at the same time had a t-shirt on that had one word on it: elemental. Nothing else, just that. She worked hard to clear our home remotely, and when we came back to the house, there was an emptiness to it that we hadn't felt in a long time. It was a good emptiness. It was the feeling that it was just us in the house and that our nightmare was over. This experience taught me to stay away from and actively repel forces that we don't understand. I no longer enjoy watching ghost shows. It all hits a little too close to home now. As an update, the woman who helped us remove the spirit wound up retiring and giving up that life entirely.
Alright, you're off
It
the
seems
freeway
that she
now.
also suffered from spirits attacking her, her husband and animals, and she realized
Follow
the
us all
best
the way
thing to
down
do
to where
was
the
to leave
Loves is
that
at,
life
and then
behind
turn right.
entirely.
Follow that
She
road
no longer
down.
even responds to emails from anyone she helped. That's how far away she wants to be from that life. The experience changed me forever and made me a much more spiritual person. I call upon the universe and light of God to be with me and protect me every day. Trust me, it's nothing to play with. 183 views. View 7 upvoters. Answer requested by Jerry Tan.
Alright,
About the
take a
author.
break from that. Yeah, I remember doing a 34-hour reset at this Loves a long time ago. And then after that, I was going to end up going up toward Colorado, up in the Denver area. I think I was going up toward Salt Lake City or somewhere. I ended up having to divert around because there was a tornado storm going through going across. I was going to go across Highway 287, which was where I was originally going to go. Right turn here. Yeah, I'm gonna need both lanes here, or at least I don't necessarily need it, but I can't safely make this turn with this Endeavor sitting here like this. So I don't think. Yeah, I'm not gonna try it. Come on, give me a green light. Tired of holding this up. There we go. Still got 47 minutes left on my clock. So we're in good shape. It should only take, I think, about 15, 20 minutes or somewhere on that. I think it was like 15 minutes to get over to the other end. I forget how many miles it is. Raider Nation. getting on the freeway, I assume. Come on. Get your speed up. Yep, you guys are. Georgia Street, exit half mile. Bowerman, your transportation lifetime. Alright, car, if you're gonna go by me, you better hurry up. My lane is ending. I'm not gonna wait for your ass. You're not gonna wait till the last second to decide to pass me and create a problem for me. Fatal hesitation. I got this pickup. Pickup with a trailer now. Come on, get up there. Get up there, come on. South Loop Storage. If you're gonna move over, then move over. Change your mind if that's not the street you wanted. Randall County Fire Department. If it weren't for the fact that I could go for a shower, I'd probably just park over at the Big Texan or something and get a bite to eat there. spread out here, and most of the houses there, man, they don't look huge, but they look nice. Not much for landscape, but the homes themselves look decent. Especially because I can see a C-130 flying around over there by the airport, and the Flying J is right by the pretty close to the airport. C-130 there is the kind of aircraft I used to work on when I first got in there, first enlisted. Downwind leg, so yeah, we're going more north now. So now we're getting close. Once we start heading north, we're only yeah, I think a few miles away from I-40 at least. Straight ahead. So I want to see right here is where, yeah, this is the exit where Petro is. So I normally would just stop here at Petro, but yeah, I don't have any shower credits, I don't think, so I will just go over to Flying J. Consider going to Blue Beacon, but don't. I'm not going to wait in that line there, not to mention the shipper has their own wash rack anyway, so there's no need to sit and wait there. Yeah, it should be Petro over here on the left, and then on the other side of the freeway, actually Actually, you know what? I could always stop at the Pilot here. I just prefer the Flying J over Pilot. I don't like the parking situation here. Yeah, why not? I'll just go to Flying J. It's only one exit over, and I got better food options there too. Well, they run over here is Subway. I'm not the biggest fan of that lot setup there. So, put it over there. I'm just going to stay on this road. I'm just going to get right back off anyway. So over here I got, of course, got Denny's there at the Flying Chain, and also got Buffalo Wild Wings across the street. Been a while since I've been to Buffalo Wild Wings. Might actually, I don't know, I might actually go there. Okay, looks like we're clear here. Nice to see that minivan waited, because I need the extra space because my tandems are all the way back. And I didn't have enough, didn't have space to do a button up turn anyway. Alright, we'll pick one of these spots over here on the end. About people possibly hitting me. Now these guys are all the yes, that should work. For that K-rail here. Good. Right, perfect. Nice day here, 65 degrees, a little windy. So it's a little cool just because of that wind. Get on 663 miles. Pretty, definitely a productive day today. 63 total miles. What is going across that? I can't tell if it's my screen broken or... I know I have a cracked screen, but... Yeah, I think that is the screen. Okay. There's like a little black line going straight across my display there. So. Alright. So I'm now at the Flying J in Amarillo. Cactus is about maybe an hour or so drive north of here on Highway 287. So what I'll do here when I leave late tonight, actually early tomorrow morning, let's see, pickup appointment time or the drop dead time. So I'll pull up. Okay, it's going to be a pretty heavy load, 42,000 pounds, which I expected it would be. Pickup time is 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning, so there'll give me plenty of time to get some rest or grab my tea. I can do some video editing and all that. Speaking of, I need to save that data there because I want to show my truck backing. So for the people who follow my YouTube for specifically for truck backing help or clues, whatever, I'm gonna post a lot of those, especially now that I have this dual cam setup. Be a lot more of that happening. So, all right, 04 to 0600 tomorrow morning. It's going to PCC Logistics on East Watson Center Road in Carson. Through the 19th at 1600, and it's only miles. It's only showing 1,114 loaded miles, so it sounds like it'd be a piece of cake for me to cover. As long as the load's ready on time, I can cover about half that distance tomorrow. Well, plus because I got the last 7, how many miles is it? I forget how many miles it is from here to Cactus. I want to say about an hour or so drive. But I'll do that, and then I'll cut across over back to Highway 54 and take 54 down to Tucumcari, and then take 40 across from there. So I figured tomorrow I might end up I don't know, I have to guess somewhere around Holbrook or Winslow again or somewhere. Depending on that, yeah, so it should put me in a position where, let's see, it's tomorrow, okay, the 16th, and then the 17th. Oh wow, I'm gonna be early. Yeah, I'm going to be really early. I might even be able to get to drop this in our drop yard for swap or somewhere. I don't know. But we'll see how things go. As long as I have daylight hours or, pre-dawn, whatever, or pre-sunset kind of hours, I might go ahead and stream it again. Because there's always something better to look at when there's sunlight out. And overnight, I tend to be more, maybe listen to music or chat with nighttime driving friends of mine and stuff. But I more than likely will stream tomorrow morning when I head out of here. Cross our fingers, maybe the load will be ready by the time I'm ready to head over there. If it's ready earlier, even better. So if you don't see me streaming, if I don't get the pickup and I'm already rolling, then it's probably I've already picked up the load if they say it's ready early. So, all right. So I'm gonna wrap this up now. I'm gonna grab me a bite to eat and enjoy myself and get all this video taken care of. All right, you guys. Thanks for taking the time to watch this, and hopefully get some more footage for you guys tomorrow. And don't forget to watch out for my my review videos on this new dash cam. All right, we'll talk to you guys later.